evening, ABC News. I'm Nicole Asher. A co-worker of an infected Melbourne man who travelled from Sydney on Sunday has also tested positive for COVID-19. It takes the number of Victorian cases linked to the Sydney outbreak to 2. The state government has confirmed the man's only co-worker at a dry cleaning business tested positive this afternoon and is quarantining. His 4 household contacts have tested negative at this stage. New locations were today added to Victoria's list of exposure sites for the first time in a week, as concerns grow over the new cases linked to the Sydney outbreak. Roseanne Maloney reports.
Sandringham Dry Cleaners is the first location to be added to the list of exposure sites linked to Melbourne's new local case. The infected man in his 60s arrived home from Sydney on Sunday after attending a party now considered a super spreader event. Greater Sydney and Wollongong will be classified as red zones from 1 a.m. tomorrow, blocking all non-Victorian travellers from entering the state. More exposure sites are expected to be added soon, including public transport routes the infected man used to get home from the airport to his home in Oakley and Melbourne's southeast. Lockdown restrictions will ease in Melbourne tonight as planned.
And New Zealand has extended its ban on travellers from New South Wales for another 12 days. A confirmed coronavirus case flew from Sydney into the capital Wellington last week, leading to tighter restrictions there, including compulsory mask use. The country's COVID-19 response minister, Chris Hipkins, says there were no cases found today or yesterday, and thousands of people have come forward for testing, leading to delays.
We do expect to do thousands more tests across the Wellington region today and again tomorrow. If you can't get a test today, please stay home and isolate if you're in that category of people who needs to be getting a test.
A new survey has found nearly 1 in 10 Victorians seriously considered suicide during the height of last year's coronavirus restrictions. Researchers surveyed more than 1,100 Victorians during September 2020 and found a third reported anxiety or depressive symptoms. The study, published in the Journal of Psychiatric Research, found young people and unpaid carers were the most at risk of mental health problems. Mark Seisler from the Turner Institute for Brain and Mental Health at Monash University says the findings are worrying.
I think it's important to recognise that, you aren't alone. There is, some level of this being a community experience. And so, hopefully that will give some people confidence, I guess, that they're not the only ones and it's okay to be feeling this way and to reach out.
If you or someone you know needs help, you can call Lifeline on 13 11 14. China's taking Australia to the World Trade Organisation, accusing it of unfair tariffs on Chinese wind towers, stainless steel sinks and railway wheels. Matthew Doran reports from Parliament House.
News of the complaint reached Australian authorities around 5 o'clock this evening, Canberra time, and comes just days after Australia lodged a WTO complaint over China hitting Australian wine with massive tariffs. Trade Minister Dan Tehan says he's yet to be provided with any of the specific reasons for China's concerns.
We will robustly defend the measures that we've put in place.
The tariffs were imposed years ago, 10% duties on wind towers and 30% on railway wheels. Mr Tehan says he would discuss the matter with his Chinese counterpart, but ministerial discussions between Australia and China are on ice.
The cost of citizenship application fees is due to rise for the first time in 5 years. From July the 1st, the Department of Home Affairs will update the costs. A standard adult citizenship application will rise from $285 to $490. A site in Bulla in Melbourne's northwest is set to be chosen as the dump site for spoil from the Westgate Tunnel. Here's State Political reporter Richard Willingham.
The troubled Westgate Tunnel has been delayed more than a year because an appropriate site to dump toxic soil has not been secured. 3 sites had been shortlisted and given provisional approval. Work will now begin at the high-quality company site at Bulla to get it ready to take 1.5 million cubic metres of soil, which includes the chemical PFAS. It carries less political risk than the proposed dump in Bacchus Marsh. Tunnelling has been unable to begin on the $6.7 billion project, with a protracted dispute over who will pick up the tab to move and store the spoil.
Authorities in South Florida in the US say up to 80 rescue units are at the scene of a partially collapsed apartment building. There are reports of people trapped inside the wreckage. To the weather now across the state, isolated showers over the northeast. In Melbourne, a shower or two developing tonight. Cloudy with a very high chance of showers tomorrow and 13. Saturday showers easing and 13. Right now it's 13 degrees. ABC News.
Conversations.
You go into a psychiatric hospital.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
Because you can no longer function.
Someone who's seen and done remarkable things.
Who are all these crazy people? And it takes a while to realise you're one of them. Just because people are not completely sane doesn't mean they can't help you.
Hear the latest Conversations, weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio, and follow on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
ABC Sport. AFL.
Get set for the deafening roar. The pent-up emotion is about to flow.
Listen to the crowd roar.
AFL.
Fans are on their feet. Can't believe what they're about to see.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Grandstand AFL.
We've got a game on our hands here. This is really good, fierce stuff.
This is a fantastic game of football.
Someone told me there was something wrong with our game. I can't see it today. Actually, it's a spectacular contest.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Oh, the impossible angle.
Sinners, keep on sinning.
Don't go anywhere. The theatre of it all.
Winners, keep on winning.
And he dribbles one through and blows a kiss to the crowd.
It's a new day beginning.
Breaks the paint, has a shot, makes no mistake.
Sends it for home. A sublime strike.
Hard against the boundary. That's a classy finish.
That is sensational. Can he slide it through for the finish? Yes, he can.
Wide angle on the paint of 50. May have just snuffed through an incredible goal. Tries to fend off. Got him. Takes him to ground. Back to Nui. Second, don't argue.
Go to your best players. Go to your match winners.
Plays on man down from behind. Holding the ball.
Perfect tackle.
It might be a game saver.
Dreamers, keep on dreaming.
Ricochets to Martin. You know the rest. The razzle-dazzle has arrived.
That is spectacular.
It's a new day, new day, new day beginning.
On the boot, kicks the goal. Welcome to the big time.
Oh, the great mark.
Outside of the boot, Eddie. Oh, he has kicked it. Makes no mistake. Goes back.
Straightens up towards goal and brings it back superbly. Here's that familiar roar. Double fist salute to the crowd. They might have a new fan favourite. He'll snap. He'll go. A ripper from Gripper. Snaps off a single step and bends it through.
Grandstand AFL.
The 2021 AFL Premiership Season.
Dribbles it through and ends the game.
On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
The bye rounds are done. All teams have played 13 games. So the run-in to September starts now. And what a pristine Thursday night we have for you in Brisbane for the commencement of round 15. You're with the national broadcaster ABC Sport. My name is Quentin Hull. We are Grandstand AFL and you're about to be taken through Brisbane against Geelong. What a way to start the run into the end of the season. As mentioned, the ladder is authentic. All teams having played 13 games. Geelong third as the round starts, up against Brisbane fourth as the round begins. Two teams that have already played a cracking, controversial game at Cat Park back in round two, when even the AFL was forced to admit that Matt Blitzarb should have been called ball under the tackle of Zach Bailey. But the Cats survived on that night, as they have done so often against Brisbane. Most notably the last time they met here on preliminary final night in that strange old 2020 season where the Cats thumped the Lions on that occasion to earn a berth against the Tigers, of course only to be undone on that night. We'll preview the game here. There's a big round ahead as well, and with the mid-year return of Thursday teams, we've got all the information that we can go for you. And your thoughts always a part of our night at the football on 0437 774 774. Please send us your name and where you are texting from this evening. 0437 774 774. We already have some news for you here. Grant Birchall won't be playing for Brisbane tonight. Jack Payne comes into the team. There are no changes for the Cats. Quinton Narkle is the injury sub for Geelong. Reece Matheson is the injury sub for Brisbane. The official word around one of my commentators' old teammates is that he's ill. Now, whether that's an illness that in these times requires a COVID test, I say a little flippantly, or whether it's just an illness that a 33-year-old requires to have a night off in round 15 of a long season. We're not 100% sure, but I don't think it's of dramatic circumstances for Grant Birchall's continuation in this press of Chris Fagan's team to a drought-breaking premiership. But nonetheless, he won't be out there tonight, and that's the news we have for you. Wonderful to have two AFL premiership stars, an AFLW premiership winner of this year, Lauren Arnell, and two-time Hawks premiership winner Brad Sewell on this Thursday night. Lauren, we will start with you. It's been a while since we've been at the footy together, but Thursday night, bright lights at the Gabba. I don't know whether we'll get Ash McGrath beyond 50 in his 200th tonight. I don't know whether we'll get Link McCarthy taking a hanger against his old team. But when Brisbane does win here against Geelong, which they haven't done a lot of lately, it happens in dramatic circumstances. How are you?
I'm well, thanks, Q. It's nice to be back at the footy and calling the game with the team. I love this. And, you know, Thursday night, last night before school term's over here in Queensland in Brizzy. So I think you will, if judging by the crowd on the walk in early, there's a fair few kids coming in as well, and it looks to be a pretty good crowd. Exciting game. 3rd v 4th. What a ripper for a Thursday night in Brisbane.
There's a number of elements that we're going to attack your brain when it comes to the assessment of the teams. Mitch Duncan's omission for the next couple of months is obviously a big talking point for Geelong. But Brad Sewell, it is great to have you at the footy. How are you doing on this Thursday night?
Q, it's great to be here, doing well. Driven up the road, it's a glorious night for footy, and you're right. I mean, we had a bit of a chat off air. It feels like the round has snuck up on us a little bit. Thursday night footy, I mean, a huge game here. Geelong, Brisbane, we're lucky to be here to watch these two genuine contenders.
And I'll be calling alongside Michael Price tonight. Pricey, what a wonderful night we've got for football here. And I think we're going to go from one spectrum of the footy argument to the other in our two most recent calls.
Yes, indeed.
Gold Coast and Port Adelaide didn't offer us much at Carrara last Saturday. I think we're going to get the meaty end of the spectrum tonight.
I think so too, Q. Good evening. And it is a very exciting atmosphere, although outside a little subdued. Brisbane on a Thursday night, probably not measuring up to a walk to the MCG. But inside you can feel it. You've got Geelong, who I think are probably the most complete football side in the competition, up against the Brisbane, who are trying to be just that. The late change is an interesting one for mine of Birchall being a bit crook, and Jack Payne, the big lad from Noosa, coming in for the Brisbane Lions, adds a little bit of extra height into that back line as well. So it'll be interesting to see how he slots in. There's so many matchups and key factors to this game. I just want to mention there's all this talk about barometers. There's a man out there who can decide whether Brisbane are going to be in this game 100% or not, and that is Dane Zorko. Coming back after a week suspension for an act which I probably believe was a bit silly compared to other acts. There is playing on the edge, and there's being a little selfish as a captain. I think he'll want to make up for that tonight. He's the one who is the key.
Interesting thought. We'd love yours. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. A brief moment to cast your mind back to round 2 at Continua Park. I mean, everyone remembers the call late in the game there. Again, it had its own dramatic circumstances around it. It was the start of Brisbane's extended stay in Melbourne because of the looming Easter lockdown in Brisbane. But on that night, any relevance going into this evening? The fact that Brisbane didn't get past them, Sully and Lauren, is probably the thing that we look at yet again.
Yeah, it is. I don't like to look too far back in these types of games. These sides are both have both had campaigns in years gone by run aground when they would have fancied themselves to have gone much deeper. So the trajectory that Geelong are on, particularly off the back of last week, and the momentum that they're building, their forward half is just exceptional. But what we're seeing, we're lucky to be able to see Brisbane play, every second week here, and it feels like they've got things in place to go as far as they want. And the type of intensity and energy and appetite they bring to this game here tonight, will be a really important yardstick for them for the second half of the year.
Lauren, we were here for the preliminary final among other games throughout the year, and we keep an eye on these two teams really closely. What's at the top of your mind?
Look, I think if we go back to, as the first question you asked around the Zach Bailey Blitzarves tackle late in the game, I think what the Lions take from that is they're right in there in Kardinia Park in Geelong, able to beat that team. I think that's a legitimate takeaway you take from that game, that the scoreline didn't go their way. And then, you know, a number of weeks later, they've built a solid foundation across the season since then. A bit rusty, I think, coming off the bye against North Melbourne last week, but I think it's just two really exciting teams, and for the Lions, they look at it as an opportunity to really solidify the belief that Sully's talking about in we are a genuine finals team this year and we can go better than that loss in the prelim last year. So I think if you're the Cats, it's a similar story. You know, a really exciting opportunity for them to come to the Gabba where, you know, there was some success and some other things that didn't go their way last year for the Cats. So
Dustin Martin's not playing tonight.
Well, yeah, so that will fall their way. But I think Mitch Duncan's a really big out for the Cats tonight. I think that's going to make a difference. And going back to Grant Birchall, I think really key ball user off half back for the Lions. They always like to look inside if he or Daniel Rich are coming through the middle. So that will mean that if you're the Cats, you're getting after Dan Rich and not allowing him any space to get those handball received so he can cut through entering the forward line.
Well, Duncan's omission is the major personnel talking point coming into the game. Can you quantify his loss for us?
No, I don't think you can quantify his loss. I mean, he's one of those unsung heroes, if you like. A genuine star and genuine A-grader, but his value within the Geelong makeup and Geelong mix is such that I don't think you can really appreciate what he does for the side until he's not actually there. If that makes sense. It'd be highlighted in terms of his versatility, his inside, outside, his ball use and decision-making. He's a key to this side.
Well, he's third in score involvement, and that's only behind Tom Hawkins and Joel Selwood in this team. So that's just one illustration of how important Mitch Duncan is to the Cats. It will be really interesting to see how that evolves for them against a very high-quality side in the Lions.
Team news and further discussion on this game to come in just a moment on the SMS 0437 774 774. We are a bit over 15 minutes away from bounce down. If you're tuning in and thinking, where is the 20 past 7 Eastern Seaboard start time for this game? Well, we've got to wait until home and away's done in Brisbane. They want to put the footy on the main Channel 7 channel tonight. So Summer Bay has ensured that we're 10 minutes later to start here tonight. And I think the success of the Lions, the fact that the commercial broadcaster wants to put them on the so-called main channel. So, you know, we belong together, but we'll be belonging together 10 minutes later tonight. Zane Botak's got the pleasure of sitting on this boundary tonight. Zano, you're at your home away from home out there. How are you?
I'm good, thanks, Q. I haven't watched Home and Away since Shane and Angel. Are they still in the show? I don't think so.
The Pippa and Tom still have the foster kids?
Yeah, exactly. And what is it, the diner they've got? I don't know. But look, I've got to tell you, it's beautiful conditions here, 18 degrees. Look, the rain has held off and there's lots expected tomorrow, but hopefully we don't get any tonight. Crowd of upwards of 30,000 is going to be absolutely fantastic. No real wind to speak of and no real dew, to be honest with you. So let's just hope that we get a great game. I hope the Lions play better than their banner makers. The supporters, unfortunately, didn't stick down the lettering, so I can't tell you what the message was on the banner because it went before the players even ran through it. But the Lions have run out. Looking forward to seeing Lockie Neal. Can he get 8 possessions? You'd think he'd get that in the first quarter. He could bring up 5,000, which would actually make him the third quickest in AFL history behind Diesel Williams and also Adam Treloar. So something for Lions fans to look at. And, of course, this Geelong team. They are motoring along. Can they make it 7 in a row tonight, Q? They've been going fantastically well after Rowan's goal after the siren last week.
Well, it was a ripping kick on goal, wasn't it? Just before we get into the preview, the Brisbane Lions are out there. The Cats shortly to follow them. A full round to get through. And the teams tomorrow night. Richmond and St Kilda stays at the MCG in the time slot as expected. But Josh Caddy's in and out, is out again for Richmond, and Dan Rioli's been dropped, interestingly enough. But Dion Prestia comes back into the Richmond team. And is it Ryan Sampson or Samson Ryan? little joke there at Damien Harvey. Samson Ryan coming into the team. And look at this Saints team. Marshall, Ross, Membry and Mackenzie all back in. But the likes of Loney and Caulfield both dropped with Hunter Clark and Jack Bartel injured. A thought on the Saints and the Tigers there?
Well, the Saints needed to do something, didn't they? I think Ratton had spoken about making some changes, and their performance on field had suggested they needed some sort of a shake-up, and they've done that with selection by the looks of it.
Did you hear that the Saturday game between North Melbourne and Gold Coast made question time in Tasmanian Parliament today?
In what capacity? Yeah.
The Premier, Peter Gutland, sledging the Gold Coast Suns, essentially, saying, if you see Tony Cochrane on the big screen, give him a boo. He invited him to have a kick at half-time as well.
I think for anyone following that story, the Tasmanian football team is only building momentum. And if anyone listens, I know the great Al Nicholson from the ABC, proud Tasmanian. Follow him on Twitter and you're across everything that's happening. I think there's going to be a Tasmanian football team based on the build-up and the momentum that they're bringing to that conversation. There's something there, Q.
Oh, indeed. And what happened today, in my humble opinion, is never miss an opportunity for political grandstanding and, go and blame the Suns for a decision that had absolutely nothing to do with them. And, if they want to really pick a fight, they should pick a fight with the people at Docklands who have made all of those decisions.
Just trading blows now, aren't
Exactly.
they?
Exactly. But anyway, to the football side of it, Will Phillips is in for North. Bailey Scott's been dropped. And what do the Suns do? Well, Ben Ainsworth, Jeremy Sharp and Josh Corbett have come in. Dave Swallow and Lockwell are injured. And Chris Burgess really is the only man to get the axe from that horrid showing against Port Adelaide last week. Now, Collingwood and Fremantle play at Docklands at 1:45 on Saturday. It was going to be the twilight game, so there's a few of these games that have been switched around the place. The news there outside of Darcy Moore's injury, which we knew about, and Jordan De Goey's suspension, is that Max Lynch has been dropped for the inclusions of Brodie Grundy, 6'10 Mason and Taylor Adams back for Collingwood. A host of Dockers players coming in as well. After the bye, we're seeing a raft of returns. Griffin Logue, Matt Tabin and Nat Fife, Wilson, Switkowski all coming in, with Conker, Deman and Croden among those that have been dropped for the Dockers for that game. So a reminder that is now a Saturday afternoon Eastern time slot, so it's morning over in the West for that game. It was going to be the Eastern twilight game. Now in the twilight time slot, which was to be the night game in Adelaide, this is because Sydney have got to try and get in and out of South Australia. Port taking on the Swans there. Todd Marshall back for Port. The big news, of course, is Robbie Gray's injury, and he's not going to be back until late in the season after hurting his knee in his 250th last week. Errol's back in the team for the Swans, so one of their young guns returns, while the young key forward Logan McDonald has been dropped and Sam Wicks is out suspended. Now, the Essendon-Melbourne game, which remains in its nighttime MCG slot on Saturday, Alec Waterman in for Ned Cale, not much of a change for the Bombers, but Jack Viney comes into that Melbourne team. Sam Wiedemann's been the one to be left out there. I think that's a talking point, Brad and Lauren, if you want to pick up anything on that point there.
Roz?
Oh, not really, to be honest, mate. I think there's just...
Got to get Jack Viney in somewhere?
Well, you just feel for Wiedemann because he's done his time in the VFL and he's built himself towards AFL, and just being that tall forward with a couple of guys ahead of him, it's just kind of bad timing. So you wonder, who knows what his contract length is, but he's one where other clubs looking for a tall forward might be looking around and thinking there's a guy who's probably due to play a few more games of footy than what he's getting at the moment because he's playing for the D's.
That depth and competitiveness for spots becomes important in the second half of the season. Just keeping everybody on edge and keeping everybody earnest and honest and valuing their position.
Of course, we wait for the confirmation of Sunday's teams, but the potential for the Giants to welcome back Brent Daniel, Shane Mumford and Tanner Bruin. No outs named as yet. Jarman Impey's out injured for Hawthorn. Greaves, Granger Barris, Warple and Hardigan among the possible inclusions there. Of course, Warple perhaps and Hardigan the key names there for the Hawks. Granger Barris is yet to have gone around at AFL level, so we wait to see if he gets a game. Big headlines, though, over in the West. As much as we wait for the finalised They've got to cull some people to get this group in. I don't know how they're doing it. How's this for a group of inclusions for West Coast? Shepherd, Petrocelli, McGovern, Shuey, Vardy and Kelly. So those that have been left out at the moment are Harry Edwards, Luke Foley and Xavier O'Neill. For the Doggies, no outs as yet, but Ed Richards, Josh Shackey and Riley Garcia are in the squad. That's going to be a salivating contest to finish the round. Yeah. Shuey's been out for a long time. We know of his importance.
You just hope he can stay healthy, really, because for the Eagles to really build towards a successful back end of this year, I think Luke Shuey needs to be healthy and playing some good footy, which he hasn't been able to string together.
Outside of tonight, is that the game you're most looking forward to across the weekend?
Doggies Eagles.
Oh, I didn't give you the Carlton Adelaide ones. That's right. Oh, the Blues are still going around this year. Honey, Plowman, O'Brien, Murphy, Cottrell and Petrevsky Seaton chances to return. Parks dropped, Pitnet and Fisher injured. For the Crows, Elliot Himmelberg, Jackson Haitley, Luke Brown and Nick Murray among the chances to return, with Josh Worrell omitted. So my apologies for not giving you that one outside of the rest of the round. But the GWS Hawthorn game, of course, was to be at the Showground, but that's at the MCG, and that Carlton Adelaide game's half an hour earlier at Docklands, so that the Crows can get in and out.
I think for quality, you're right. The West Coast Bulldogs game should be the best spectacle, but North Melbourne Gold Coast becomes a really interesting game, probably for the wrong reasons in Tassie, in terms of the way that's played and the outcome.
I'm leaning towards Port Adelaide Sydney. I think Port have just been a fair bit of Jekyll and Hyde for mine, and I think it's time, coming off the bye, play a quality team like Sydney who've had a really nice start to the season, probably what many didn't expect. We know the Swannies will play 4 quarters of footy at Adelaide Oval. What can Port bring when they come off that round, that block of bye rounds? It's
a really astute comment, Lauren, because you think, okay, well, if Port are going to prove what the coach keeps saying about them, we haven't beaten the top 4 teams, but I'm not worried about that as yet. And if Sydney is to show that their unbelievable first month can actually stack up when it counts, now's the time, isn't it? Post-bye, when we start the run-in, it's a really good point loss. I'm now looking forward to that game more, just because of your comments.
Pleasure.
That's why she's the expert.
Exactly. 0437 774 774 is the number to get in touch. Hi to Dave, who's listening from a cold Morphettville. He's not a Lions fan, but he wants them to work and play hard tonight for a win against the Cats. G'day, Michael. Have a good call. How are the Lions favourite in this game? The Cats should win easily. That's according to Michael. Yes, well, since 2010, they've played 24 times. And Geelong's won 21 of said 24, including, of course, the preliminary final last year and round 2 of earlier this year. Grant Birchall's not playing. He's got an illness, so the late change sees Jack Payne come into the team. Rhys Matheson is now the injury sub for Brisbane. No changes for the Cats. Quentin Narkle is the sub, and your experts, Brad Sewell and Lauren Unnell, take you through the elements, discussion points and key areas to look at for one of the more salivating contests of the 2021 season, when you get 2 teams that are in the top 4 now that finished in the top 4 last year. Doesn't get much better than that.
No, it certainly does not, Loz. Which line here tonight do you think is going to be the determining factor?
Oh, it's a super question, Sully. You can't go past the midfield in games like this. I know. I'm pretty sure you'll agree with me. We've spoken a little bit and hinted at how strong Geelong's forward line is, and I think again the ball use of Birchall will be missed tonight by the Lions, but it's got to be the midfield for me. I'm looking. Joel Selwood's having another All-Australian year. He is absolutely flying, and I'm wondering if Dev Robertson, at times they've liked to use him to be that sort of lockdown-ish type player, not around the ground but more at stoppage. I'm wondering if the Lions will pop Dev Robertson onto Selwood at stoppage at different times. Dangerfield will just be warming into his season, having started a bit later than everybody else with injury. It's got to be the midfield for mine, but if I'm Geelong, like I said a bit earlier, I'd be putting heaps of time into Daniel Rich and his ball use coming off half-back.
Just before you, Brad, Zane, you've got some more news from us from the boundary.
Yeah, we were just talking about Joel Selwood, and first time I've seen it, out there in the warm-up, he had a lot of work done to his hamstrings, both the left and right, the trainers, and he felt as though it was a bit tight on the right side, so hopefully that's not going to impede him. But just when I heard Lauren talking about, that Joel Selwood, I thought, well, it's worth letting people know that perhaps he's not 100% tonight.
Thanks, Zane.
Yeah. Loz, the midfield has to break even for either side, but if Geelong, if Brisbane can't win that arm wrestle and the ball gets played in Geelong's half, it's really difficult to see Brisbane winning this game. I don't feel like Geelong need as many opportunities as maybe Brisbane will need to score. The function that Hawkins and Cameron and the synergy that they now have is really strong. And then you throw in the likes of Gary Rowan, as we saw last week, the class of Higgins, Dalhouse, Parfitt rolls through there, really potent. So the critical midfield balance for Lions becomes so important because their defence is probably their weakest link.
Yeah, and it's just how dynamic that Geelong forward line is too, isn't it, Sully? I mean, Jeremy Cameron's not a stand there and catch it forward. He's a lead up high. So which Lions defender can go with him and actually contest in the air, but also with the pace and cover the ground up the ground? I'm not sure. Maybe it is Brandon Starcevich. They give him a go early, but Jack Payne, who's come in for Birchall, he's a very big guy. He's not someone who's going to be able to cover huge amounts of ground for 4 quarters.
In the broader context of which team is a better chance of winning the flag this year, is it a bigger night for Brisbane than it is for Geelong? Have they got something to prove against this lot?
I don't think the outcome of this game right now determines or worries either side critically for the back end. As long as they both finish top 4, there's no guarantees that they'll do that either.
Who are you tipping?
I'm going Brisbane.
Lauren?
Lions on their home deck. Harris Andrews has gone to Jeremy Cameron.
Okay, let's get underway. Round 15 begins on a beautiful Thursday night at the Gabba. Brisbane and Geelong with Michael Price.
Perfect bounce by umpire John Howarth to start proceedings. McInerney gets it down. Parfitt for Geelong, immediately tackled by Zorko. Just let loose the ball. It bounced back into his arms. Umpire circling, and he will signal a ball up just forward of the centre circles. Mitch Robinson engaging with Blitzarves there physically. McInerney v Radaglia. Zorko immediately tackled by Parfitt, returning the favour. Ball spills to Lyons. Kicks it inside 50. Front and centre was Danaher, punched away from him. Collar Jasny picks it up. Handball to Zach Tui. Immediately tackled 30 metres from his own goal. Crowd wanted ball. Umpire says ball up.
Around 30,000 fans expected at the Gabba tonight. Welcome if you're just joining us on News Radio in Brisbane with matters of Parliament ensuring you're right on the hammer here. We've just got underway. Selwood makes a tackle on Zorko in the opening minute and wins a free kick for Geelong inside defensive 50. Grant Birchall not playing. He's out ill, and Jack Payne coming into the team for Brisbane.
Terrific tackle pressure by both sides to start this game.
Selwood kicks to the left half back flank, and Blitzarves takes the mark just beyond defensive 50. He of the holding the ball not paid at Cardinia Park in round 2. Kicks a long ball to the wing. Danaher flies at the punt of the pack to bring it down, but only to Smith of Geelong. Kicks it towards half forward. Radaglia engaged there with big Jack Payne. And that pair tangle and neither can gather. Out of play, throwing it left half forward for the Cats, who are attacking the school end in this opening term.
First time I've seen Isaac Smith live in a Geelong. It just doesn't look right, does it?
You okay, Sully?
No. Smith
takes a while, doesn't
Geelong.
it? Yeah.
Throw in left half forward for the Cats. McInerney gets in front of Blitzarves. Zorko tracks the ball. It bounces awkwardly for him. Still gets a handball away. Pryor at his feet, and then Zorko toes it 30 metres forward to the Vulture Street wing right in front of us, where Henry and Hipwood take it over the line. We'll get a throw in right in front of the grandstand commentary box. Beautiful night for footy here at the Gabba.
It's interesting you mentioned that. Also, Sean Higgins, Radaglia, close Cameron, and Atkins didn't play in that preliminary final. Gabby Ablett and Mitch Duncan among the most notable omissions from that last time these two teams played at this venue. Throw in on the wing. Jared Lyons tackled. Hand pass to Zorko. Jumped on by O'Connor. And again, a rumbling mess sees the Sharon go out of play. And just a couple of notables for the Lions that aren't playing tonight, that played on that preliminary final night. Jared Berry, Ellis Shulman, Lester, Rayner. But of course, Joe Danaher, one of the really big ins throughout this season for Brisbane. Throw in, no scorers yet. Blitzarv's out the back, wins a clean clearance, hand pass to Higgins, to O'Connor, and then to Menegola. Now the kick from the wing, looking for Selwood. Can't mark under the pressure from Zorko. Tui arrives to tap it on. He's got Jared Lyons for company, neither pick up. McCarthy arrives to do so for Brisbane. Hands it to McInerney from half-back rush, kick to half-forward. Danaher gets rid of Henderson to win the ball for Brisbane. Wheels onto his left. 65 out deep, kick to Cameron in the goal mouth with Stewart. It bounces and rolls and is through for a point. And the first score of the night is Brisbane's.
Danaher's agility just to push Henderson under the ball there, swing around onto his left, did all the right things, just had to line that kick up more towards goal. It bounced straight, had his chance.
Stewart played on, kick long to the outer wing. Mighty kick it was, fisted back to ground level. Rowan pushed off the ball. Now Kolajasny escorts it over the boundary line, right in front of the Brisbane Lions bench on the Stanley Street wing. Will get a throw in.
I like that Stewart's been given the role on Cameron. He won't be able to go with him on the ground, but his physicality and body work before it hits the deck will be really important.
The 246ers in McInerney and Blitzarves going at it in the ruck. Guthrie roves it beautifully, gets the handball off to Dangerfield. Long kick, in fact it's a wide long kick. As you can hear from the crowd, it was to Brisbane's advantage. Out of bounds on the full, and it will be a free kick. It goes to Brendan Starcevich.
And Stewart playing his 100th game tonight as well for the Cats, so it's a big assignment for him. He's become such a valuable player. Starcevich from left, half-back, drives Brisbane to the half-forward flank. Goes beyond the pack. Out the back, well, Bailey had a chance. There's a whistle on play, and it's going to be a Brisbane free kick in that tangle to Daniel McStay. Too far out left, half forward, 60 out. Hands it to Zorko. Zorko hands it to Lyons on 50. Kicks it to the corridor. I hope it to the pack. Henry's fist comes in, but behind the ball, there's a free kick going to Danaher. Henderson manhandled Big Joe. And, well, for most, you'd say this is the perfect way for a key forward to start the night. Joe does have his foils in front of goal at times, but this is 25 out and straight in front. For the first of the night, Danaher from point blank range strikes with his left and kicks the goal. Lions 1-1. Cats yet to score through 5 minutes at the Gabba on ABC Sports Grandstand AFL.
Well, we saw Henderson and Stewart play so well last time these two teams were on the Gabba. Both players really controlling the ball off half-back, but different story tonight for Henderson, having to go with Joe Danaher. We know how good Danaher is in the air. Sully mentioned his agility as well at ground level. So we've just seen him sit Danaher down and the free kick against Sully. What I'm loving about this game, it just seems really contested. Mids are going really hard at each other at stoppage. I think it's going to be a pretty exciting game tonight.
Yeah, it is. Both sides spreading well from stoppages as well. I mean, I like the instability centre forward for Brisbane there. They mucked around with the handball a little bit, which creates that indecision, that nervousness defensively for Geelong, which is why Henderson gave away that free kick ultimately.
So we're back into the middle of the Lions by 7 points. Umpire Donlan bangs it down. Another good bounce. McInerney over the top of Ratugolea, but Ratugolea butters up, gets his own clearance, kicks it inside 50. In the hands of Daniel Rich, he dropped what he might have taken. Close gets in there for Geelong. Tackling effort from Calamachi, the two of them tangled. 45 from goal, there'll be a ball up inside the Cats attacking 50. Ratugolea gets it down. McCluggage exiting kick, tumbles it in front of Zorko, who started well. Gets the pass onto centre wing. Zach Bailey onto true centre wing, very wide. Danaher takes the mark.
And rolls on. Decides to hand pass to Neil. Hand pass wide to the half-forward flank. McStay 60 out, spearing. Pass to the pocket, marked by McCarthy in front of Henry. Solid hands out in front of his face from Link McCarthy.
A similar build-up again for the Lions. I had the ball around 65, 70 metres out and just happy to actually handball wide to create what Sully described earlier as a bit of instability with the ball coming forward. Dan McStay worked at a 20-metre sprint to actually sit near the boundary line to receive a handball for that kick to McCarthy. You don't see that very often in AFL teams. They're more likely just to kick straight away.
Immortalised with his goal here late in the 2019 season. Lincoln McCarthy for the first two of the night for Brisbane. It's a low, straight bullet, which gives the Lions their second goal, 2-1, 13 to nothing through 7.5 minutes. 4 inside 50s to 1 to Brisbane.
Really interesting chain and build-up there by Brisbane. It began with Zorko by really quickly identifying that they had a spare play running through the middle of the ground. He did so by not pulling back off his mark. He just pulled it inside, which kept the momentum going, and really important movement forward of the ball by Brisbane with those forward handballs.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, a couple of drops of rain falling, which isn't great news. Interesting, Lockie Neal got involved in that last chain, and Patrick Dangerfield that dropped off and let him actually be the spare. So that's a bit worrying if you're Geelong. You'd think that if there's one person that could run with Neal, it's definitely Patrick Dangerfield.
Well, the person that is running with Neal is O'Connor. He's been tagging him around stoppage and seems to be following him around the ground as well.
2-1-13 to the Lions. The Cats yet to score after 8 minutes of the first term on Grandstand AFL. Back into the middle. There was a shepherding free kick, and it's going to go to Oscar McInerney, Radicalier, the offender, in the middle. McInerney plays on immediately for the Lions. Long kick inside 50. Doubling back there was Stewart. The ball hit the front of the pack. Kolajasny tackled there by McCarthy. It was cleared by Dangerfield. Cut off. Harris Andrews with the extendable arms just forward for the centre wing. No, he's been given a push in the back. You can hear it from the crowd that they weren't happy with that. Jeremy Cameron to take the free kick at left half back.
A very short kick to Menegola. Still defensive side of the wing on the edge of the centre square southern side. Flares to the interchange for Dangerfield. Marks in space. Has a time to stroll forward and kick to half forward. Very wide. It bounces in front of Hawkins and out of play. A couple of errant kicks from Danger early on. Throw in on attacking 50 for the Cats at right half forward. Hum of a Thursday night house at the Gabba, expecting 30,000 fans in pristine conditions. All thrown in. McInerney got over the top of Blitzarves, but his tap down is to no rover and back out over the boundary line for another throw in. The way to get in touch is on the SMS tonight via the number 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. Peter from Tambo Upper, thank you for your beautiful photo of the skyline there. Lovely stuff.
Throw in out of side. Slap forward for Geelong. It rebounds into the hands of Menegola. He gets tackled. The ball spills. Now Guthrie. It was Higgins tackled into the ground really aggressively by the opposite number 4 in Kalachi. Right on the 50-metre arc. There will be a ball up. Umpire throws it up quickly. No mucking around. I don't mind that at all. McInerney got it down. It was taken by Menegola, though. It was belted into the ground by Zach Bailey. A full frontal tackle. Flat on his back, the ball stuck underneath, and the umpire will ball it up between the centre circles and centre half forward for the Cats.
Brisbane 2-1, Geelong yet to score. Dangerfield with the clearance from this ball up gives Geelong a deep entry with a left foot kick to a 2-on-2. Hawkins juggles twice but can't juggle and control a third time. Roved by Higgins, defensive hand pass to Smith. Hands it back to Hawkins, 55 out, kick to the corridor. Spoiled away by Payne. Ground level, Higgins can't get it. Neal wins it for Brisbane. Hands it to Andrews and the Lions out of trouble. Kick to the wing. Stewart gives away a free kick on Cameron, and the Gabba locals like that.
They certainly did. That's a really great matchup, isn't it? Charlie Cameron with Tom Stewart, who's in some kind of form, playing his 100th game, of course. Cameron, beautiful 40-metre kick. Hits Zach Bailey just short of centre half forward. He goes laterally. Harris Andrews. Oh, sorry, it was McInerney. He chipped it forward. It was like a sack of a kick when he had an open forward line. Now Dangerfield takes it for the Cats. Pointed to where he was running, kicking it towards the outer wing. It will be a free kick and it'll go to Geelong. Gary Rowan. They were worried about the speed there as Starcevic held onto him on the outer wing. Rowan will get the free kick. Nobody on the mark at the moment.
Is that the closest thing you get to a professional free kick?
That is definitely a professional free kick. Starcevic caught out the back with Rowan in space.
So he just grabbed him. So now it's stopped and starts from a stagnant halfway start. Kick inside 50. Andrews knuckles it away. And it's out of play. There you go, Brad. Brandon Starcevic there thinking, cannot let Gary Rowan get out the back. And what's the result? A bomb. Harris Andrews says, thank you very much.
Clever play, isn't it?
Danaher and McCarthy the goals for Brisbane. Geelong yet to score. 2-1-13 to nothing. Blitzarves, a juggle, gathers, goes to ground but gets a hand pass for Geelong to his captain. Selwood's rush kick to the pocket. Errant. Marked by Adams on his chest in the left back pocket for Brisbane.
Adams gives the handball off to Daniel Rich. Long, typical left foot kick for him. Danaher awkwardly jumps into the pack. Umpire says play on. The ball's kicked through the pack, picked up by Dangerfield, tackled by Zorko over the boundary line, and we'll get a throw in. Dane Zorko already with the 4 touches, a couple of tackles as well. Started very well.
You're riding him tonight.
I'm riding him like a beaten favourite.
Aren't you, Pricey? Well, yep.
He's the difference for the Brisbane team.
Here's the throw in. Blitzarves knocks down, looking for Guthrie at the front of the pack. He roves near the boundary, tumbling ball against 20 metres, but rolls out of play in the pocket, 40 metres around from Geelong's goal. And the Brisbane hopeful fans groaning that they didn't get that call of insufficient intent to keep the ball in. Mind you, they've got a gripe about what the umps did to them at Cardinia Park. Even the AFL came out and said, we got that wrong at the end of the game. Throw in, Hawkins and Danaher tangle. Hawkins second go, taps it to Cameron. Left foot snap on goal from Jezza, bounces over the head of Payne and out of play in the opposite pocket. Throw in, Geelong still in attack.
It's interesting, we've seen Geelong go quite wide on their forward entry in this quarter, and I think it might be because Brisbane are getting that spare. Rather than just kicking to the spare, they're happy to create a stoppage and try and create a scoring opportunity out of stoppage.
Throw in left forward pocket for the Cats. Ruckman in Danaher and Hawkins. Hawkins uses his bulk. The ball spills. It was close. Giving it to Higgins. Couldn't handle it. He shot a handball out now. Kadeem Coleman tackled without it by Jeremy Cameron. Will get a free kick. He's 45 metres out from his defensive goal. He's got people spreading for him. He gets it out to the designated kicker in Daniel Rich. About 50 metres out. Just inside defensive 50. At left half back.
Precise kick to the southern wing, and Andrews is in space. Marks for Brisbane. Kick is poor. Missed its target in McCluggage. Picked up by Smith of Geelong. Hand pass out the back to Kolajasny on right half back. His kick smothered by the pressure of McStay. Out of bounds, and a boundary throw in. 60 from Brisbane's goal at left half forward.
Good smothering effort there. Just seeing the replay on the screen.
All thrown in. Blitzarves to the front of Danaher. Neither ruckman with a telling tap. Menegola tackled by Lyons. And then reefed away by Blitzarves of Geelong. Hand pass to Atkins. Atkins to Parfitt. Back to Atkins. Shrugs through Mitch Robinson, who went high. Free kick. Or is it out of play? No, it's out of play. Boundary throw in. Out on that outer side. 2-1. 13 plays nothing. Lions in front. 15 minutes played.
Cats leading the clearances 9-5. The Lions leading the tackle count 12-5 at this stage. Throw in. Danaher gets rid of Blitzarves, gathers the ball, don't argue to close, and then arcs a long left footer towards the boundary line in the pocket. It just evades Zorko, and there will be a throw in about 25 metres out. Left forward pocket for the Lions. They're leading by 13 points after 15 minutes of this first term at the Gabba. There is a hum as they can feel the home team with some ascendancy here. Geelong from the clearance couldn't get the ball away. Hipwood picks it up. He's tackled there by Blitzarves. Lifts him in the air, wraps his arms around him, and then plonks him into the ground. There'll be a ball up 35 metres out.
He was looking for post-contact metres. You won't get that until Origin on Sunday night. Danaher out of the ruck contest. Quick snap near side for a behind. Of course, around the country, we've got it here in Brisbane, but you'll be able to hear it on local radio as Queensland tries to regain faith and keep the series alive after their 50-6 loss in Townsville. But here it's 2-2, 14-0.
A friend of mine sent me a text at 5:10 in the morning and said, Price is 5:10, or as you Queenslanders call it, 50-6. It is Starcevic. Wheels back in, tries to chip it towards Bailey. He does so, gets the handball away, does. Bailey did well. Now Starcevic back in board to the middle. It's with Madden, who found Devon Robinson just on his own, on attacking 50. He's not confident in going back and taking the set shot. He's looking back in board, 15 metres forward. In fact, goes back and finds Jared Lyons, who just snuck away from Jed Buse there. They're still leading everywhere, Brisbane, looking for a shorter option. The Lions would have to kick this from 52 on a 45-degree angle to the right.
Has he got this in his leg, Loz?
Gut feel is he'll pop it up.
Let's see what he does here. Jared Lyons steps to the 50, pops it up. It's very close to the line. Geelong easily smacking it over the behind line for a point. 2-3-15, to the Cats yet to score. The Lions lead.
Leading disposal winners, Joe Danaher on 5, 1 goal, 1, Dangerfield 5. Danaher's really dictating a lot of the play in this first quarter.
Guthrie runs out of the goal mouth, kicks long. Chi, the most prominent hand, but couldn't mark roving. Dalehouse for Geelong. Hand pass to Menegola. Rush kick to a 2-on-2 on the wing. Ball to Deck. Payne gathers for Brisbane. He's knocked off it by Rowan. Payne goes again, Rowan goes again. Good tangle, ball comes free. Dalehouse a chance, his hand pass too hot for Parfitt. And again, it rumbles out of play.
I think if you said to the Lions group, if you can get 17.5, 18 minutes into this first quarter and Geelong haven't had a legitimate scoring opportunity, you'd be pretty happy with how you've started.
Closest thing we've got to that was that Jeremy Cameron snap in traffic, which went across the face. Shallow throw in, won by Radigalia. Buffets through Dev Robertson. Get him to Lang Park. Hand pass to Parfitt. Parfitt gives it to Guthrie. Kick in field. Lovely slick hands from Atkins through Selwood. Back to Guthrie. Kick to half forward. Rowan has it spoiled away, but coming past. Beautifully rowed by Close. Hand pass to Cameron, 50 out. Hand pass to Smith, 40 out near the boundary. Won't go for goal. Kicks it backwards. And Dangerfield has a pinch from his hands by Cameron. And that's probably the better outcome for Geelong because the man on the mark's right on 50. Nothing against Danger. But Jez's left boot, probably at this point of his career, is a bit more reliable than Danger, would you say?
Yeah, cool.
Here is said legitimate shot at goal, Lauren. Jeremy Cameron. For the first time as a cat at the Gabba from 52. Oh, that is a wonderful poster. It veered left.
Moved a lot, didn't
we were right behind that. Oh, never call it 90% of the way, Loz.
A lot happening.
2-3-15 to 1 behind. A poster.
I feel for you, Q. I was writing that. I thought it was a goal as well as the Lions play on quickly. Goes to the outer wing. Zorko takes a great mark. Wheels around onto the right foot. Kicks it to the pocket. Cameron steals away. He's got a metre. That's all he needs. He curls it from 30 and misses by a foot to the left. Exciting stuff from the Brisbane Lions in transition. 2-4-16 to the Cats. One behind. It's a 15-point margin after 19 of the first quarter.
And Lions are really making an effort to play on quickly through the middle part of the ground. They've identified Geelong's weakness in their back half and that quick movement they're trying to expose.
And reflecting those hoots that Cameron received, it's almost another football lifetime when Jeremy Cameron laid out Harris Andrews here when he was a Giants player. I was just thinking, what was that for? They've got long memories here, haven't they? Took me a while to just calibrate. Hold on, why are they hooting Jezza? Indeed, that was a big collision a couple of years ago. Now the Cats from Buse out to the wing. Archie knuckles it out of play. Boundary throw in. Back when Brisbane games had a little less substance to them, Sully, Brisbane GWS sort of didn't really rise to the prominence of great influence.
Different story now.
It is indeed. Here's the throw in. Radigalia taps down on the wing. No rover for him, but Buse picks up. Hand pass intercepted. It's still in the mess. Selwood gives it through O'Connor. Cats get out of it. Hand passes to Higgins. Higgins on the outside to Parfitt. Back to Higgins. He runs away from McCluggage. Gets his right boot to it on the wing. Kicks the Cats into a cack wide. And errant and marked by Adams on his chest near the boundary for Brisbane.
Marcus Adams playing his 50th game. Gets it to Jackson Pryor. It's a wobbly helicopter at ground level, but it makes it to Kadeem Coleman at right half back. He delivers a beautiful kick into the path of Link McCarthy, but closing fast. Tom Stewart, great spoil. Over the boundary line in front of us, we'll get a throw in.
Brisbane's pressure through the middle part of the ground is forcing Geelong to turn over when they're going inside 50. They're not getting the structure forward of the ball they'd like because it's coming in so quickly.
Lions by 15 after 21 of the first quarter on Grandstand AFL. Throw in, McInerney. Well, he was thrown off it by Blitzarves. Ball spills at their feet. There's a battle ensuing. Atkins puts himself in, tackled to the ground by Dev Robertson, and we'll get another ball up right in front of us. Commentary wing, Vulture Street side of the Gabba.
G'day to Irene in Tewkesbury, down in Tassie. Thank you for your message. 04377 747 74. Parfitt the clearance from the stoppage on the wing. Rush kick to centre half forward for Geelong. It hits the deck. Andrews gets over the top of Cameron to win the ball for Brisbane. Hands it to Rich. Back to Andrews. Hands to the bullseye for Madden. Brisbane running the corridor. Hand pass to Bailey. Backs himself, runs to 50. Hands it to Neal. Here's the kick. It's build-up's good. But Hipwood can't get there. Stewart brilliantly left his man in McCarthy to take the mark, and Lockneil is down grabbing his right shoulder after that exchange. Now Lincoln McCarthy's going to get the free kick, but it's of little consequence, so it seems. Lockie Neal just back into the team from a serious injury. He is walking from the field in pain with that right AC joint / shoulder, in massive trouble. And now we get a look on the big screen. Tackle was okay. Hyperextension on the right arm going to ground.
Tackle was...
We will keep Zane Bojak's eyes clearly on that. Lions fans aren't looking at Link McCarthy kicking for goal, but we better, because we've got to describe what's happening to the footy. This for 3-4 to 1 behind. He's pushed it across the face. It's a point. Zane, what can you see?
In a lot of pain, Q, and so I'm just trying to get
straight
a bit straight up the race.
Yep.
So, yeah, no mucking around. They know it's the shoulder. I just saw one of the physios say straight away.
So the tackle continued, and it'll be interesting to see if there's any aftermath of that as Henry at left half back takes the mark for Geelong. He's had a good year so far. Jack Henry wheels back now, kicks it back towards the goal square. Henderson. He's got a couple of players out wider. Finds one in Jed Buse. Takes off. Exit the defensive 50. Puts it into the path there of Menegola. He was met heavily by Madden. Took the mark anyway. He's at right half back.
I'm thinking it, so I might as well say it. Last time I saw an action like that from such a player. Sorry, Pricey.
Oh, here we go. It was a lateral kick. It was read by Hipwood. 25 metres out. He curls it for a point. The Lions there getting their namesake share of the possession in the inside 50s, not taking their chances. 2-6-18 to 1 behind.
Didn't think the Cats would stuff up the switch. I was
no,
going to
me
say,
neither.
It reminded me of Ablett going down in his Gold Coast days, and I hope that that's not the outcome for Lachie Neale. Tui has 2 bounces through left half back. Dominant first term here for Brisbane, but Neale's injury soured it. Tui passes to Higgins, marks and hands it to O'Connor. Kicks from the bullseye to full forward. Radigalia, the target, doesn't mark. Cameron a chance out the back. Hand pass doesn't create. On the deck, Close picks up. Free kick, Brisbane. As Starcevic went tumbling out of the contest. Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, the star players going down everywhere. Tomahawk's getting some work done on his ankle, or it might be even Achilles. He's working at the back of his ankle.
There's been a 50-metre penalty given to Brisbane now as Starcevic just bolted down the middle of the ground. Kicked it inside 50. Mark taken by Charlie Cameron amongst 3 Cats. 35 metres out directly in front. Charlie Cameron with a chance at the Lions 3.
Good feeling in this now. Just looking at that free kick whereby Dalhouse took the legs out and then 50 metre from there. Bit of lip by the looks of it towards the umpire. But now the crowd is starting to get involved. There's a bit of tension, bit of niggle between the two sides. Stewart punching the ball out of Cameron as he took the mark.
24-19 for the year, Charlie Cameron. From 35, he makes the goal umpire work, but it is a goal for Brisbane. 3-6-24 to the Cats, 1 behind. It's the Lions by 23 points after 25 minutes of the first quarter, Lauren Arnell.
Well, Charlie Cameron's been super, really trying to expose Stewart on the turn and done a really good job of that so far. 9 scoring shots to 1. Lions dominant, just haven't been able to capitalise as well as they just did. Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is Lachie Neale back out there, boys? Because I thought that shoulder was well and surely cooked, but he's standing there for centre bounce now.
Yep, he is.
He looks no good 5 minutes ago, and he's come back out for centre bounce.
So, do we assume it's gone out and been popped back in?
It must have been able to. It must have gone straight back in. There's no way. It's not taped either.
He is out there. Zane?
Yes. We're all a little bit stunned down here, actually. He snuck out without us even seeing, so there you go. He's back.
O'Connor's straight into that shoulder as well. Okay, that'll be interesting. Watch that off the ball stuff. Centre bounce. McInerney over the top of Radigalia. No clearance underneath the big man. Lions has a go. Radigalia wraps him up. So, yeah, if you're a Geelong player, you are bumping into that right shoulder of Lachie Neale at every opportunity. Not quite the Scott brothers on Nick Rivold all those years ago, but there'll be a bit of that about this. Here's McStay with a hand pass to Zorko. Kicking deep, but onto the head of Henderson, who takes the mark in the right back pocket for Geelong, who have been swamped on the scoreboard in this first term. 9 scoring shots to 1, 24 plays 1. Kick hits Blitzarms. He turns it over with a kick to the wing looking for Selwood, marked by Jared Lyons. Kicks infield to his skipper. Zorko marks, immediately chips to the bullseye for Rich. He uses that left boot, a low piercing kick inside 50, which hits Cameron on the chest. That is a contender for the best 55-metre bullet of the year.
It's Dusty-like, isn't it?
Oh, what a pass.
He's got Dusty covered because it got no higher than 8 metres off the ground. Absolute traceable, but really poor defensively by Geelong. You know, every single time he's going to roll around onto that left side. As a defender, that needs to be your starting point from a defensive position.
Cameron on the right, slight angle, has missed it. Near side. What a wasteful turn this is. 3-7 for Brisbane to Geelong's 1 behind. Zane?
Tom Hawkins is okay. He's going to be coming on very shortly, Q.
Lions are keeping Geelong in this game right now. They should be at a minimum an extra 2 to 3 goals. Opportunities they've let slip through.
Zach Tui plays on. Out of the goal square, it's a long kick just short of centre wing. McInerney spoils Radagalia. The ball bounces in front of Bailey. He can't pick it up. Guthrie can. Got the handball back to Higgins. Back out to Zach Tui at right half back. Close against the boundary line. He puts it to Dalhouse by hand. Fumble. Back to Tui. They are under enormous pressure. Tackled off the ball. Link McCarthy will get a free kick at left half forward for the Brisbane Lions. Their pressure superb. The Cats just a little reticent to give the ball up. Umpires having a chat. Zach Bailey's trying to steal the free kick, but it will go to McCarthy. So Link McCarthy, the former Cat, looking inside attacking 50. Just pops it up. Danaher, unrealistic attempt, went a bit early. Mark was taken by Eric Hipwood, but Danaher very clumsily gives away the free kick.
Blitzarves will take it in the right back pocket. What a dramatic first term we've seen here. Wasteful Brisbane, Neil off and back on. Cats with just one behind to show for it. Blitzarves from the right back pocket. Kicks to the outer wing. Rich at the front of the pack, almost marked. At the front there for Geelong. Atkins couldn't win it. Lyons does for Brisbane. His kick's a turnover. Hold on. It's a free kick. Brisbane, and then Bailey downs Guthrie.
It was another late push on Lockie Neal.
It's Neal who's going to get the free kick. We'll get Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell's assessment of the tackle that hurt him at quarter time. Neal from 60, chips it to the pocket. Third man in Tui, brings it to ground level. McCarthy had a go, couldn't pick up. Hands out the back from Atkins back to the Irishman. And Tui kicks down the corridor to the ex-Hawk in Smith. And he takes the mark and will slow things down for Geelong. At the 29-minute mark of this first term, Brisbane 3-7-25 to the Cats, 1 behind on ABC Sport.
So they come out to the Vulture Street side of the ground. It's close. At left half back, just holding it up. Not a lot of movement in front of him. The Lions 1-on-1. He kicks down the line looking for Rowan. And Starcevic gets rid of him, drops the mark. Rowan jumps back in on top of Starcevic. The umpire's going to ping him for holding the ball.
Great bodywork by Starcevic. Did all the hard work, just let himself down by dropping what essentially was a chest mark as he fell.
Rowan wheeled onto his right foot, played on, kicks it to the top of the 50. Rich spoiled, ball spills, free kick.
Hit in the head.
Cop one around, well, as Q just called, around the scone, and will get a free kick still inside defensive 50, just slowing it down himself.
Brad, is this the same sport that Gold Coast and Port played that we saw at Carrara?
That's hard.
It's hard to imagine, isn't it?
This is top draw stuff. Payne's got it at right half back. Chicks infield on the 45 to Zorko. He'll kick it back to Rich. There's about half a minute left in this opening term, which has been dominated by Brisbane, but they've only got a 3-goal lead to show for 10 scoring shots to 1. As Rich kicks down the corridor, centre half back, Zorko marks, turns immediately on his left boot. Beautiful kick to McCarthy, 70 from goal, runs to 50, gets on his right, goes deep. What a transition! And the Zork said, I'm going to run down the corridor. And the finish from Link is his second against his old lot. That makes it a 4-goal difference. 5-goal difference, should I say. 4-7 to 1 behind late in this first term.
Well, Q, you asked the question before the game, which team needs to win more and who makes an impact. Geelong beating the Doggies last week at Kardinia Park turns up here as 1 scoring shot and allows 4 goals, 7 to Brisbane already in this first quarter. But Sully, the Lions, they're just taking the middle of the ground offensively every single time, and the Cats are basically allowing them through.
Yeah, they are. It's been great transition by the Lions, hasn't it, from half back. They've been really quick to keep the ball moving, and it's been relatively low risk because Geelong are getting sucked so far up the ground. They're not pushing back hard enough defensively. So when Brisbane can take ground quickly, they're getting the overlap and actually finding players out the back.
Matter of seconds before the quarter time siren, and there it is, just after the ball up. A lot of people here left in pain the last time they saw Geelong come to the Gabba at the preliminary final of last year. But what a start for Brisbane in that term. Inside 50s, 17 to 10, but scoring shots 11 to 1. Brisbane 4-7-31 to Geelong, 1 behind. McCarthy has 2. Danaher and Cameron have the singles. And, well, Geelong's only score was a big bomb from Jeremy Cameron, which looked like a goal for 90% of the journey before it wavered into the near goal post and registered just a behind. 4-7-31 to 1 behind. Hope you're enjoying your night with us at the Gabba. The way to get in touch via the SMS is 0437 774 774. That's 0437 774 774. A lot for our experts to discuss. You'll hear from Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell next on Grandstand AFL.
Conversations.
You go into a psychiatric hospital.
Spend an hour in the life of someone else.
Because you can no longer function.
Someone who's seen and done remarkable things.
Who are all these crazy people? And it takes a while to realise you're one of them. Just because people are not completely sane doesn't mean they can't help you.
Hear the latest conversations weekday mornings from 11 on ABC Radio and follow on the ABC Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Lines on 50, kicks it to the corridor, a hope it to the pack. Henry's fist comes in, but behind the ball, there's a free kick going to Danaher. Henderson manhandled Big Joe. For the first of the night, Danaher from point blank range strikes with his left and kicks the goal. McStay 60 out spearing, pass to the pocket marked by McCarthy in front of Henry. Solid hands out in front of his face from McCarthy. Lincoln McCarthy for the first two of the night for Brisbane. That's a low, straight bullet, which gives the Lions their second goal. Hand pass to Bailey, backs himself, runs to 50, hands it to Neil. Here's the kick, its build-up's good, but Hipwood can't get there. Stewart brilliantly left his man in McCarthy to take the mark, and Lockneil is down grabbing his right shoulder after that exchange. Lockie Neal just back into the team from a serious injury. He is walking from the field in pain with that right AC joint / shoulder in massive trouble.
Starcevic just bolted down the middle of the ground, kicked it inside 50. Mark taken by Charlie Cameron amongst three cats from 35. Boy makes the goal umpire work, but it is a goal for Brisbane.
Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is Lockie Neal back out there, boys? Because I thought that shoulder was well and truly cooked, but standing there for centre bounce now.
Yep, Torco Marks turns immediately on his left boot. Beautiful kick to McCarthy, 70 from goal, runs to 50, gets on his right, goes deep. What a transition!
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
If that doesn't whet your appetite for the end of the bye rounds and our run into the finals, I don't know what will. ABC Sports Grandstand AFL with Brisbane leading Geelong by 30 points at quarter time. 4-7-31 to 1 behind. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell, plenty to speak about, but let's go with the headline of the manner of Lockie Neal's injury, his return to the field. No doubt they'll be talking about the fact that the Cats were going to get into Lockie Neal and the way that key players are targeted. Your thoughts on the replay?
On the replay, it appeared to be a clumsy tackle from Jeremy Cameron, and the way that Neal landed looked much more severe. I was wondering whether we'd see him again for us tonight, but fantastic to see him out there again 5 to 10 minutes later, clearly trying to protect and carry that shoulder, and rightly so. A few of the Geelong players were bumping into him to test that out. Obviously, Brisbane aren't concerned enough to withdraw him from the game, assuming that he can do no further damage to that shoulder. Now, it appeared the way that he landed on it was it might have been some sort of a dislocation with the arm outstretched, unlike an AC where it would have been falling flush on your shoulder. But a great result for Brisbane to have him back out there again so soon.
It is. I'm a little surprised he hasn't got any tape around the injury or anything like that. I'm sure you'd assume that's just player choice.
Yeah.
That he said he doesn't need that. It will be interesting to see where the match review lands on Jeremy Cameron, because he actually did land on Lockie Neal, and very interesting to see whether that'll be classified as intentional or careless. He was laying a tackle at the time, so you obviously need to apply physical pressure. The follow-through will be the question.
No slinging motion, just to clear that up. So.
Definite follow-through to make sure Lockie Neal was pushed into the ground as he tackled him, which, that's part of footy.
Made him earn it in the layman's terms?
Yeah,
Is that the way
that
you
would
put it?
probably be a good way of putting it. Definitely made him earn it. And, so interesting to see where they land on that one. But, the Lions were just so dominant in that quarter. I know we spoke around their inability to really capitalise on the scoreboard. Sully, the question will be, have they done enough? We know how good Geelong are. We know how fast they can score. But Geelong are plus 10 contested possessions. But Brisbane, as you mentioned, Sully, have just been so much more direct offensively. They've turned Geelong over around the wing. Higher pressure, more direct team offensively. Dane Zorko, nine disposals. Danaher was really highly involved early. They were just dominant in that first quarter.
Peter from Glen Iris on the SMS says nothing whatsoever wrong with the tackle. Not late. He's just carrying an injury, according to Peter. Muzza from Dongara in Western Australia says, good on you, Lauren. Great analyst of this great game. Thank you. 0437 774 774. Bill says on-field recognition of situation and leadership is missing for the Cats. Keep them coming. 4-7 to 1 behind as we get into this second term.
Bounce down in the middle. Radaglia versus McInerney. McInerney clearly in the path of McCluggage. He's buffeted off it by Parfitt, who gathers, kicks inside 50. Rowan flies, spoilt by Starcevic. Front and square was Payne, tackled into the ground there by Big Hawkins. That's a clash of a couple of 100 kilos right there. There'll be a ball up 30 metres out.
Zorko 9, Parfitt 7, the leading possession winners in that first term.
Well, there was a shepherd out there. Both ruckmen didn't touch the ball before it actually hit the deck. McInerney was shepherded out by Hawkins. So he'll get a free kick in the right back pocket for Brisbane.
Higgins and Blitzarves also had 7 in the first term. As the ball goes out towards that southern side, Henry thumps it out of play. So Zorko 9, Rich 6, Lyons 6, Starcevic, Danaher, McCarthy 5, 7 for Parfitt, Higgins and Blitzarves, 6 for Smith and Guthrie. Inside 50s, Brisbane 17, Geelong 11 tackles. Brisbane 22, Geelong 12. Throw in on the true southern wing. The 246 is tangled. McInerney taps down, but it's stolen away from McCluggage by Higgins, and then he's hurt going to ground, so it seems. Holding the ball. Looked like he reefed his head back as if his knee was jarred. But he's going to get up okay, and he gives the footy to McInerney. He's got his skipper circling around, hands it off to Zorko. He'll kick from the right half-back flank towards the southern wing. Through a couple of sets of hands into ground, roved by McCarthy, 60 out. He kicks Brisbane deep to full forward, 2-on-2. Oh, Stewart leaving his man. He juggled 3 times, and then Menegola cleaned it up and literally kicked it through as if it was his goal, not the one he's defending, but under pressure and within the bounds of the laws, and it's a 31-point lead to Brisbane.
There's elements of Mel Michael and Hawthorn's old game plan when you were playing, wasn't it, Sully? Just rush that behind, win the kick in.
I think Mel Michael kicked it from 40, though. That was the difference. Oh, it was a highlight there as Zach Tui plays on, gets out of the square and hits Henry right on the 50-metre arc. He wants to go laterally, does so. 20 metres, finds Menegola. Nobody on the mark. Menegola straight to right half forward, looking for Rowan through his hands. Cameron slapped the ball away there from Harris Andrews. Got it back to Parfitt. Parfitt back to Cameron. He wobbled one inside 50, and it was beautifully read by Jared Lyons, who spears a 15-metre pass to Mitch Robinson. Called to play on, wasn't even aware why. Can you tell me why? He didn't stand. Well, actually, he had the ball. He could do anything. He didn't move, was called to play on, didn't know it, got tackled. It's a free kick to Parfitt, puts it inside 50, and Hawkins takes a mark on the lead. You're going to hear about this from the Gabba crowd. Loz, tell me about it. You looked as bemused as I was.
I'm not sure I've got the words to help with you, Pricey. He didn't seem to have moved off his line.
He stepped one.
He took half a step, called play on.
Tough call. Tough call. Anyway, we're back with Geelong with an attempt at their first goal of the game. 3 minutes into the second quarter. It's with Big Tom Hawkins. Good for 2.3 goals a game. He's on a very sharp angle from 45. Starts it right. And the crowd will tell you it's a behind. 4-8-32 the Lions. 2 straight behinds to the Cats. It's a 5-goal margin. The Lions lead early second quarter.
Much better intensity by Geelong just in this beginning of the second quarter. They're looking to move the ball much more quickly through the middle part of the ground.
Rich very deep with the entry. Danaher, 3 juggles, played the mark in a 2-on-2 contest at right half back for Brisbane. Squares the ball to the corridor. It sits on the head of Lyons. He's spoiled away by Hawkins. Wins the footy. Kicks the Cats to half forward. And the mark taken by Dangerfield right on 50. And he did not look around. He scuffed the turf and he wants the shot. Lauren smiling at me.
Oh, he marked the footy like a netball goal shooter under the post. There's no way he's doing anything but have a shot at goal here.
Planted the feet.
Well, it'll be a big moment for Geelong to strike finally early in this second term. From Pat Dangerfield, one of the game's superstars. He's going to have a shot from 55. Hooked it horribly. That's out of bounds on the full by a postcode. Free kick in the right back pocket for Brisbane. And this mob, they don't like Geelong here at all. They are sick of them beating up on them. You can hear it in the crowd here on Grandstand AFL, getting onto Danger's back.
So it's Brandon Starcevich at right back pocket for Brisbane. Kicks it just short of centre wing. It went through the hands of the pack at the back. Lions taps it to Bailey. He's got a leader on in Hipwood. Finds him 20 metres in front at right half forward. He wheels onto the left. Charlie Cameron in a one-on-one. And it bounces just in front of he and Stewart. Oh, but Charlie got to his feet first. Bounces up like a jack in the box. Toes it off the deck and gets his second. 5-8-38. Plays 2 behinds. Lions by 6 goals after 5 minutes second term.
Now, Brad, we spoke so much through that first quarter around how fast the Lions are playing out of their back half and through the middle of the ground. We've spoken a number of times around Charlie Cameron exposing Tom Stewart with his pace, and we saw how fast they wanted to get Charlie Cameron deep one-on-one. Is it time that you change Tom Stewart off Cameron, or do you have to stick with it if you're the Cats?
No, you stick with it if you're the Cats, because the damage is being done through the middle part of the ground, through the transition, and the lack of defensive awareness that Geelong has showing at the moment. Again, long kick out of defensive 50 by Brisbane. Ball gets out of the back. Chain of quick couple of handballs. If I'm Stewart, I'm actually starting goal side of Cameron. So letting Cameron lead up the ground as opposed to get turned inside out, chasing him back to goal.
Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell on Grandstand AFL. 6 goals the lead to Brisbane. Centre bounce. Guthrie tackled by Zorko. No clearance. Conditions are perfect, and there is an expectant hum around the Gabba. As again, the 46ers, Locke Horns. Again, no clean clearance. And Neil's shoulder must be okay because he's tackling O'Connor there to keep it in the middle. Lockie Neal going off the ground with a right shoulder injury in the first term. It looked pretty bad, but he's back out there after a quick trip to the rooms. Ball up's a shocker, and the ups wants it again. That wasn't even a bounce. Recalled ball up. Don't see that too often. Again, they tangle. It's still in the middle. Guthrie just hacks it out of the air. Stays in the centre square. Robertson has a go. Dumped by Menegola. Upended. Play on. Blitzarves wins it for Geelong. Hands it out the back to Selwood. Kick to the half-forward flank. Over the head of Rowan. Free kick against Starcevich. And Gary Rowan will get the free kick for Geelong. What a finish to that game at Cardinia Park last week. He with the hair of flame and the veins of ice. Gary Rowan is going to kick Geelong deep to full forward here. And Oscar McInerney stands tall with his digits above everyone to take a sticky mark for Brisbane.
Got the handball over to Daniel Rich. He just popped it up to a lead, and it was punched away there from Hugh McCluggage. Only had the one disposal so far, Hugh McCluggage, he and Mitch Robinson. So it's not getting to the wings for Brisbane, as you say, guys. Straight up the middle. Ball's over the boundary line. We're going to get a throw in. At left half forward for the Cats. They're desperate for a goal. Still haven't scored one after 7 minutes of the second term. Throw in goes to the back of the pack. James Madden, the Irishman, just weaves through traffic. Handball back to Zorko. Standing start, 45-metre kick into the path of Charlie Cameron in front of Stewart. He takes it over the boundary, just forward to centre wing, out of side.
What do you need to see from the Cats, Brad and Lauren, to get into this game?
A bit of tempo footy, I think. Try and take a bit of the sting out of it. Try and hold on to the ball, bit of possession. Get the game played back in their terms a little bit.
Get your thoughts in a moment, Lauren. Throw in on the outer side. Blitzarves taps down to Guthrie. Hand pass to Higgins. Clearance to half forward is a rush kick, which Adams takes the mark. He's taken a few intercept marks for Brisbane. Here he is on D50 with a very short chip to Zorko. Zorko's kick to McCluggage. Coming up for his second stat. Just forward of right half back. 5:8:38 plays 2 behinds. We've travelled 8.5 minutes of this second term on Grandstand AFL. McCluggage kicks it high to the wing. McStay the target. Dangerfield in front. Got taken over the shoulder. And it's mark/free kick to Danger. Lauren?
Oh, I think in games like this, when the scoreboard 5 goals 8 to 0 goes 2, you often as a half forward or forward line for Geelong, you're thinking you've been starved of opportunity. But it's 19 inside 50s to 15. So what I'm thinking is the forward line actually just needs to make more of a contest.
Dangerfield kicks it left half forward, taken by Hawkins. He was tackled by Adams. Ball spills out. Another Geelong player absolutely monstered there.
So they're getting... Sorry, Pricey.
You're right, Loz.
Geelong's forwards are getting opportunities. The ball's not perfect for them coming in, but they're just allowing it to get streamed out the other way.
That was Atkins and O'Neill on top of him from the ball up. Ball spills forward for Geelong. Rowan, handball back to Atkins, back into Zach Toohey. Runs from 50, does Zach Toohey. Cats are on the board. 5:8:38. 1-2-8. We're back to a 30-point margin after 9.5 minutes of the second term on Grandstand AFL.
Great chain of handballs through that congestion, and Geelong, clean possession, managed to finally find a spare player in a little bit of space. Tui, and around that 50-metre mark, you know he's going to be so dangerous. Really important here now, Geelong build on this intensity and pressure around the ball. But Brisbane are able to dictate due to the tackle pressure. Geelong just need to try and arm wrestle some of that back their way.
Well, they needed that, to be sure, and the Irishman provides first goal for Geelong 10 minutes into the second quarter.
So clearances are 15-5 in Geelong's favour, but because of Brisbane's tackle pressure, they're forced to bubble it up. They need to lock that in or try and find that spare player and continue their chain.
It's Radagalier and Danaher in the ruck here. Nasava got it down for the Cats to Guthrie, back to Radagalier, back to Guthrie. Neither really controlling. O'Connor picks up, gives to Guthrie a scrimmage, but Geelong kept handle on it. Grush kicked to half forward. Jeremy Cameron, huge fly over Andrews, got a hand, couldn't mark. Ball to ground and the Cavalry come in, and it's locked up 30 from the Cats' goal. Jezza. Oh, this wasn't quite Jezzalenko, you beauty, but he was up there, Jezza. Sorry, Sully.
No, not at all.
Seeing the replay there. Thrown up, Cats in attack. Front of the clearance. Madden had an air swing. Play on. Bailey picks up. Hands it to Neil. Under pressure. Throw, is it? Well, when you've only got one arm, it's hard to handball. Free kick, Dangerfield. Oh, they're not going to like this, the locals. Have another look. Danger got him. Yeah, but it was the dodgy right arm that had ball, and the left arm was pinged. So Dangerfield, having had the chance to kick the long bomb and missing everything, this is 10 metres closer. And definitely within the wheelhouse of the champ. Cats need something in Brisbane. Slightly right of centre, 45 out. Dangerfield with a pure strike. Brilliant kick. 5-8, 38 to 2-2, 14 Cats with the last couple.
Well, just as we said, they needed to increase the pressure in their forward half. The Cats do. And what do they get from that? Silly 2 goals. Dangerfield just starting to build his influence on the game as well. Really nicely timed tackle on Lockie Neal. And as you said, Sully, the Cats just need to find a way to capitalise on their dominance around contested footy and clearance.
The Danger with his first goal of the year. There you go. 5 straight behinds prior to that. He's, for a champion player, the set shot is not in the elite class of the rest of his game, unfortunately, but that was a very important one for the Cats, and he put it through.
Geelong statistically are in this game well and truly. Disposals 192. They're overusing the ball by hand, a little bit 54 to 25, just trying to find that spare player. But efficiency going forward has been poor.
It's Danaher versus Radagalier in the ruck, and it will be a shepherding free kick. It's actually going to go against Danaher. He was running away with the ball thinking it was his. Radagalier will accept the free kick. Takes it long, inside 50. The pack, Isaac Smith was getting held on to. There's a free kick. It's been paid to Geelong.
Archie got him, I think.
A real test of maturity here for the Lions group. It feels like a swing in momentum now for Geelong since the last 5 minutes. And a few contentious umpiring calls, which the Lions are arguing about. They've actually just got to switch their mindset now and play what's in front of them.
Isaac Smith, well, you know this, Surly. There should be a soda from 40 metres out directly in front. Beautiful left foot kick. Comes in. Goal umpire didn't move. Cats get 3 on the trot. 5-8-38 plays 3-2-20. 3 goals the margin, 14 gone, second term.
Sully, you mentioned this at quarter time, how quickly the Cats can score and get straight back into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, this being a bit smarter with the ball going forward, and I think Brisbane's intensity has just dropped off a little bit around the ball, around the contest as well. Contested possessions, 51-32 in Geelong's favour. Uncontested, 69-57. So Geelong have had their chances with the ball, so they've been using it efficiently going forward.
This quarter clearance is 7-3 to Geelong. Inside 50s, 8-2 to Geelong. 33 possessions to 20. Contested possessions, 17-8. All those stats
dominant,
favouring the Cats in this second term. And there's a Geelong chant going around the Gabba on this Thursday night. 3 goals the diff. Last 3 goals in the game to the Cats. Centre bounce, Radaglia emerges for Geelong. Puts it on his boot, spirals a kick inside 50. Rich back with a flight. Takes a mark on his chest for Brisbane in a time of need. Plays on quickly, kicks the corridor to McInerney. They're going to go straight back down the middle. Oscar Marks will play on now with his right boot. From full back, 2 kicks to full forward. Deep ball. Hipwood has to spoil from behind. Roved by McStay, but Hipwood gave away a free kick over the head of Henry. Free kick, Geelong just forward of full back.
Crowd getting involved here at the Gabba Q. Young Henry, said before, having a good year. Long kick towards centre wing. Hawkins, he muscled Adams out of the way, but then, actually, that's a free kick against the Hawk there if the boundary umpire actually reported what was happening to the unsighted field umpire. Just a little bit of high contact. There was a jumper grab by Hawk and nothing doing, said the umpires. Ball went over the boundary line. We're going to have a throw in. McInerney v Radaglia again. McInerney slaps it forward, then Madden into the path of McCluggage. It bounces nicely for him. Curls and left footer inside 50. Bounced awkwardly for everyone, Stewart included. Cameron couldn't pick it up. It was picked up there by Dev Robertson, who's wrestled. McCarthy comes away, and there's going to be a ball up 40 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal.
Fair to say that this means something to these two.
Good bit of niggle.
Fantastic intensity in the contest. McInerney clean possession. His kick smothered in the pocket. Picked up by Dangerfield. Rushed exit from outside 50. Doesn't have a teammate there. Andrews tackled by Cameron. Play on, says the umpire. Cameron gets over him. Second time you go on, Harris. Holding the ball. And Cameron, he's going to get up and realise that Higgins was a part of that tackle as well. No, can't do that. Ump says, Jezza, it's your kick. And Cameron will receive the free kick on the right half back flank. 30,000 in the house. And making noise here on Grandstand AFL. Cameron kicks Geelong to the wing. 2-on-2. Hawkins brings to the front of the pack. Dalehouse roves. Hand pass too hot for Dangerfield. Won by Adams of Brisbane. Look for McCluggage. Got buffeted off it. Stolen by Madden. Hand pass is stolen by Guthrie. But Lyons kicks it off the ground. Rumbles to attacking 50 for Brisbane. Numbers there for the Cats. Kolajasny, Stewart, close, all by hand. Back to Kolajasny. Now the kick wide to space. And marked by Cameron. 5-8-38, plays 3-2-20, 17 minutes second term.
Aggressive and brilliant kick from Cameron, kicks it into the centre square and finds O'Connor. He's got a man at left half forward, and it was the other Irishman. In Zach Tui, he took it right on the arc of 50. He's got a mark, 45-degree angle to the left, but he has got the leg for this.
It's beauty Cameron getting up the ground, isn't he? He's got involved first of all in defensive 50 and then the ball bubbled around there for a little bit. He's a good decision maker, Cameron. Looked down the line, swung back inside in his left where he saw spare players.
So Zach Tui, prodigious boot. He's kicked 5 goals for the year. Great exponent of the torp too. Let's see what he does here. He lets go a perfect drop punt. Oh, it's just fading left. One behind results. So that sort of slows down the momentum for the Cats a little. 5-8 plays 3-3. It's a 17-point margin. The Lions lead as they bring it back in quickly.
And very short to Zorko in the pocket. Now Zorko's long kick, very close to the boundary line. Robertson. Marks, did he control it before the boundary line? No, he did not. Boundary throw-in. They've become a very expectant lot here at the Gabba. We lived through it pricey in the early 2000s. Then we lived through no one turning up. And now they're expectant again. McInerney with the tap down, but O'Connor steals it. Hand pass to Dalehouse, dumped by Rich, Brisbane's ball. Madden with a hand pass out to Andrews at centre half back, kick to the bullseye. Coleman marks, wants to move it quickly. Kitty Coleman gets on his left, drives a left foot kick deep into attack for Brisbane, but Henry gets there, claims the mark. Devon Robertson was running away.
That's a super mark from Henry. Really impressive.
Made him earn it too as he chips laterally to Stewart. Stewart's got a runner on the wing, looks for him in Parfitt. Reading that beautifully was Harris Andrews, floated across the front, and the big fist over the boundary line is going to get a throw in. Just seeing a picture of the coaches on the bench. Chris Fagan with an unusual smile on his face.
Sully almost ran out there and made that kick be earned. You can see that he's starting to get the blood boiling.
He's got the itch, as does. Well done, Sully. But the crowd's going to get into it again because Geelong have got another free kick in the ruck. Blitzarves against McInerney.
This is right up Clyco's alley, isn't it? This unfashionable earning it stuff.
Good bit of feeling out there.
Oh, you would have loved a little bit of it in your day too, Sully, underneath.
Definitely.
Blitzarves. Call to play on. Handball back to Guthrie. Not a lot of movement for him ahead as McInerney puts Blitzarves down off the play. Ball at the back of the pack. Hawkins. Handball now to Cameron. Arches the back. Got the handball back to Hawkins. They're still outside attacking 50. He gets it to Parfitt. He gets thrown off the ball. Good tackle. Holding the ball. Crowd love it. Right at the front of the Queensland Cricketers Club at the left half back part of the Gabba. Harris Andrews will take the free kick.
Cats have kicked the last 3 goals after Brisbane kicked the first 5 in the game. 5-8, 38 to 3-3, 21. The sounds of the national broadcaster on Grandstand AFL. 20 minutes played second term at the Gabba. Andrews long to the wing in a contest. Off the hands of College Asney, rode by Robertson of Brisbane. Hands it to Lyons, chip to Coleman. Marks uncontested, 70 from goal. Kicks it to Hipwood. He's got space to mark uncontested, 45 from goal. Left half forward flank, and this is one of those Eric moments where if he goes deep, he could strike it as sweetly as you like and put it through the middle.
Again, a slow play by Brisbane. Geelong letting the ball too easily get out the back where Brisbane had their numbers, a couple of little bumble balls forward, and Hipwood finding plenty of space to run into.
This will really lift the crowd, albeit still 6.5 minutes of playing time before half-time, but the Lions have had the last 3 kicked against them. Hipwood from 50, tough angle to the left, hits it on his left, swinging left to right. Oh yes! And he turns to the fans and pumps his fist. And the key forward kicks his first of the night to break the run of 3 to the Cats. It's Brisbane 6, 8:44 to Geelong 3-3-21. How about the theatre of this one, Lauren Arnell?
Oh, absolutely. There's something in this game, as we've mentioned, but I think just the evolving way that play unfolded, I think shows how the improvement of the Lions has come about. Dev Robertson got the crumbs off the pack, patiently waited for Jackson Pryor to come through, who then hit Kitty Coleman. And Eric Hipwood in a ton of space in front of Menegola, who I'm sure didn't want to be defending Hipwood on that footy.
Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Lachie Neale's just come back into the centre square. He spent the last 5 minutes on the bench. They did no treatment to him whatsoever, so that shoulder must be okay.
The miracle man, Lachie Neale. 23 points the margin. Lions lead it. We've played 22 minutes of this second quarter on Grandstand AFL. The umpire in John Howarth bangs it down in the middle. Slapped forward by McInerney. Selwood couldn't control it. Jared Lyons could. Gave it to Zorko, who chips it to right half forward. Bouncing ball. Stewart got rid of Cameron. Ball spilled out. Umpire says, hang on, there's a free kick here. It's going to go to Brisbane. Play went on. Oh, it's on out there. It's been simmering away. And now it boils over as Zorko gets involved. So does Jared Lyons. There's a mess of players. And they're just grabbing each other by the jumpers at right half forward. The Gabba crowd. It's all stemming from that Stewart v Cameron exchange. The free kick will go to Charlie Cameron at right half forward and when 50. The crowd disperse. And 50. Well, there you go. That'll take Charlie Cameron.
They got into Tom Stewart for giving a bit of extra sauce on Cameron, and that's, I think, why the 50 was given, because he jumped on him when he was on the ground after the whistle had blown. Is that the way we saw it?
That looks like it is on the replay there, Q. Jumpers stretched to plenty. Let's put it that way. As the mark's been taken more or less to the top of the square. Charlie Cameron to the hoots of the Gabba crowd.
Well,
who'd have thunk it?
Now the Gabba...
Here he comes in. Charlie Cameron pops in. Oh, he's hit the post. This game's got everything, people. Charlie Cameron with the moment to kick his third, hits the post. 45 plays 21, 4 straight goals. The margin Lions lead.
The war in the stands is now leading up to the war on the ground. Smith runs out of the goal mouth. Long kick back into play to a pack. It rolls towards the boundary, well beyond defensive 50 for Geelong. Dangerfield picks up. Hand pass around the boundary, stolen by Starcevic on the wing. Slaps Brisbane back to half forward, over the head of Hipwood. Tui a chance out the back for Geelong. He's tackled, rides the tackle, gets the hand pass out the back. No, he dropped it. Holding the ball's the call. And guess who's got it? Zach Bailey's got a holding the ball call against Geelong. He's not going to go for goal. He kicks it to full forward into 2-on-2. Danaher sprawls. Oh, the number 3 had left and right palms all over it. Pushing the back, free kick to Joe right in front.
Fantastic period of footy.
Oh, give him an Oscar as well, my lord.
What? It's a little floppy, Q.
I tell you what, Melissa Wu, she'll be getting 9.5 in Tokyo for that.
Oh, Joe.
Oh, dear. Anyway, the ump bought it. Joe on the left foot snap, kicks the goal. 2 in a row to Brisbane. 30 points the lead at 7-9-51 to 3-3-21.
It's a fine line, that, isn't it? Trying to milk those free kicks. They either get lucky and it falls your way, as it quite often does for Joe, but invariably when he flies for those early marks or he does feign for those free kicks, he can at times look silly as well. That's the beauty of Joe Danaher, Loz.
It is. He has finished it, though, and that's the important part for the Lions. We spoke only 10 minutes ago around, Geelong had kicked 3 in a row. There needed to be a level of maturity. The Cats were winning all the free kicks and controlling the game around the ground. Lions have responded.
Well, the crowd is certainly bubbling away here at the Gabba. A fair mix of Lions and Cats fans, as you've probably heard.
Free kick called here, Pricey.
And it's gone to Geelong off the ball. Dangerfield plays on quickly. He's knocked down late by Lockie Neal. Inside 50, it goes through hands. Hawkins picks it up, tries to find Isaac Smith with a handball, injecting himself there with Zorko. Got it back to Adams. His kick half smothered, so Cats with half a chance. Higgins out of the pack. Oh, he kicked it, saved on the line in a goalkeeping effort like a giraffe. Oscar McInerney just grabs the ball, handballs it off to Daniel Rich.
In the left back pocket and goes back to McInerney. Called to play on in the goal mouth, so he does. Booms a long kick to Robinson, who marks in space. Beyond defensive 50, right half back. Mitch kicks down the wing, gathered by Danaher on the bounce for Brisbane. Gets on his left boot. Long kick to attacking 50. Hipwood caught behind. Henry in front. Spoiled out of play. Free kick, Geelong, for Hipwood putting his boot into the back of Henry. That was an unrealistic attempt at flying there. He spiked him in the thigh.
That's got a touch of the Toby Greens in the left buttock there.
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't mind that so much as body positioning. Henry just defensively in his marking contest just gets himself in such a really good position.
And now a 50-metre penalty for what? Can someone help me? I don't think Eric did anything wrong.
Might be Dan McStay. He's sort of, it looks like he's arguing with the umpire.
It is happening everywhere here. So Henry's marched to halfway for Geelong. He chips it short and Smith takes the grab. We're 27 minutes into this second term. Brisbane lead by 5 goals. Short to Dangerfield, 60 out. Long kick to full forward. Andrews with a knuckle. Thumps it through for... Hold on.
It's going to be a free kick for holding down.
No score. Free kick against Hawkins for grabbing onto Marcus Adams. So the score remains 51-21.
So the Brisbane defence holding up at the moment as Marcus Adams plays on. Long kick just short of the wing. It was McStay who flew. Was beautifully spoiled there by Collar Jasny over the boundary line in front of Isaac Smith. We'll get a throw in.
Loving your messages, by the way. We'll get to them at half time. 0437 774 774 the number.
So umpire out of side. Stanley Street side of the ground will throw it in at left half forward for the Cats. McInerney in the front position, got it down, but Parfitt stole it, chipped it forward. It bounces in front of McCarthy, got it there, handball away. He got a push in the back as well. It was Lockie Neal, in fact. It was blanketed by Parfitt. Should have seen it by the one-armed action there as he tries to measure a pass. It was cut off by O'Connor for the Cats. Spills it in front of himself. Handball now to Guthrie. Guthrie pushed in the back over the boundary line.
Free kick.
Free kick's going to be for the former. Being held. Goes against
Bailey it was.
Yeah, well, looks like Zach Bailey. So Cam Guthrie will get the free kick. Chips it forward 20 metres. Finds Parfitt in front of Lockie Neal this time. He wants to find a man who's free. Dangerfield just standing there, 45 metres out directly in front. Delivered, didn't have to move, and will have a shot, Danger, at another goal for the Cats here. Some slack marking there from Brisbane inside defensive 50. Paddy Dangerfield kicked one a little earlier. Got 13 disposals to his name, as well as the 4 clearances from 45. He launches, goes wide, one behind results. It is now a 29-point margin in favour of the Brisbane Lions. 29.5 gone, second term.
Daniel Rich just taking his time with this injection to restart play. Runs beyond the goal mouth and booms a 60-metre drop punt out to the southern wing. Stewart flies high to fist it over the boundary line near the interchange. Everyone just soaking in what has been a highly dramatic, entertaining first half of football to start round 15 on this Thursday night at the Gabba in Brisbane. As the ball's thrown in, Blitzarves taps to Guthrie, who was tackled. Ball spills out Geelong's way. O'Connor and Parfitt by hands. Hands to the back of the pack for Smith. Rush kick from the wing to half forward. Whistle before the ball arrives. Free kick to Cameron. Where's the man on the mark going to be placed here? 49 from goal. And Jeremy Cameron points to the sticks. 45 degrees to the left. Jeremy Cameron looking for a late second term goal. It would take one of his best. He'll kick with his left from beyond 50. It's on its way. It's a good looking kick. Right to the line, touched. Touched through for a point. 28 the lead to Brisbane at 7-9-51 to 3-5-23.
Ball in the hand of Daniel Rich, averaging well over 600 metres gained every match with his penetrating left foot. This one's a little bit more measured, little 30-metre pass, and finds Hugh McLuggage. Still 40 metres from his own defensive goal. He wants to go to right half back. Finds Mitch Robinson, who's just come onto the ground. Just holding the ball up, looking for some options as Mitch, and nobody really standing the mark, so he plays on, kicks long down the line. It was McStain nudged under it by Henderson, went through both sets of hands, towed off the deck by Bailey, almost picked up by Danaher. Guthrie chipped in. He grabbed it, gave it to Dangerfield. Now back to Zach Toohey. He chips forward to find Parfitt, just short of the centre wing on the Stanley Street side of the ground, the outer side.
Parfitt comes in field, evades a would-be tackler and turns over his kick to Zorko in the middle of the ground. Watch out. On the rebound, he hits Cameron with the entry in car. Charlie takes the mark and slows it down. Oh, this is about to be a big Gabba moment. If he takes us a lot of time, he won't. He kicks it to Danaher in the pocket. And this will be a big moment anyway, because the timepiece is about to hit half-time, and Joe Danaher in the left forward pocket, 30 metres out after a spiteful at times first half. The Gabba faithful will hear the siren and get onto the edge of their seats for this. It's a 28-point lead to Brisbane, and albeit only half-time, it's a big name in Joe. It's a big moment in a 3v4 game, and the Gabba locals are holding their breath, holding their bladders, not going towards the pies or beers as yet. They want to see what Joe does here. 10 in from the boundary in the left forward pocket. Oh, he split the middle! He can spray him everywhere, but that was all the way into the middle of the bullseye, out of the boot. It's a 34-point lead to Brisbane on half-time, and Danaher has 3. Lions, 8-9-57 Cats 3-5-23. 3 to Danaher, 2 to McCarthy, 2 to Cameron, 1 to Hipwood. For Geelong, Tui, Dangerfield and Smith have the goals. Some of the texts are terrific, and they are coming your way in a moment. 0437 774 774. But Brad and Lauren, let's get your thoughts. Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell, after a half of footy that, from a neutral's perspective, was highly entertaining.
It's been captivating.
It was awesome.
The first quarter was dominated by Brisbane. Their transition of ball movement, fast superior. Importantly, Geelong got a handle of things for about a 15-minute period. They've had the opportunities. They've been in the game around the contest. They've had opportunities going forward. Statistically, there's not that much difference in the game. They've just been wasteful, and their mid-forward connection hasn't been as fluid, it hasn't been as effective as Brisbane's, because they're kicking into so many numbers. Brisbane, when they've gone forward, their forwards have played up at times. Charlie Cameron's running back. They haven't been kicking into as much congestion. Geelong have been a little bit sloppy defensively in transition.
Yeah, it's been a ripping half of footy. I really like the way the Cats came back. I think really well led by Pat Dangerfield. I want to get to how many metres gained he's had in that first half, but for the Lions to respond in the way they did when the Cats, who we know how good they are, we know how experienced they are, to kick that 3 in a row and then the Lions to take the momentum back their way and finish the quarter strongly with 4 goals to themselves. It's a really high-class game of footy, Sully, but I just feel you keep feeling like the Cats have got a lot more to give. And, yeah, I think you look, I know we've been chatting a little bit off the mic around Oscar McInerney's influence, Sully. Joe Danaher, 3 goals, 1 in the first half, really influential, particularly early in the game, and to finish that one just before half-time. And then we see the Gabba crowd boo Geelong off the field into the rooms. Like, that's... Footy is building here in Queensland.
Oh, yeah. Dave and Footscray, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gents. How much do the Lions need to thank the doggies after last week's game of attrition? That's one thought, Dave. Wow, all Geelong now. Those misses by the Lions might cost them early. Please send us your name and SMS. Well, certainly Geelong kicked 3 in a row. What was it, 5-8 to 2 behinds at one point? And it looked like it was a landslide, certainly, on the scoreboard. Tim from Blackburn, good evening, Q and team. Clearly the Gabba crowd don't understand the rules. I don't like either team, he says. So there's a neutral observation there. Thank you to Quentin, travelling from North WA. Great call. Great name, Quentin. Thank you. Go Cats, says my namesake in WA. And then the Danaher free kick. Jane says, and then there's Joe and the Great Swan Dive. Bill says, report for staging against Danaher. Robin Montmorency says, doesn't Danaher have form for staging, as in being fined for it? That was worse than the Italian soccer team level diving, from Rob. Jane, what? I'm seriously confused. Greg from Bendigo, why are we mincing words? It's not the beauty of Joe Danaher, it's blatant cheating, or should be called as that. He's already got 2 goals from diving in this game. So there's a few on Joe there. Biggles and Mrs. Biggles from Perth say great call. They're listening 200 k's north of Kalgoorlie on holidays. 0437 774 774 is the number to have your say. Brisbane by 34 points at half time.
Just to touch on Patrick Dangerfield, 15 disposals, 484 metres gained in one half of footy. Really influential, a little bit inaccurate with his shots at goal, but having a massive impact on this game.
So to complement that also, Loz, if you had a set at half-time between McCluggage and Neal have had 10 possessions between them, you would wonder what the margin is in Geelong's favour.
Absolutely.
That's, again, a sign of maturity, depth through Brisbane's midfield, that arguably 2 of their best players have had no influence on tonight's game thus far.
And can we talk about the 2 leading disposal winners for the Lions as well? I know I banged down about it pre-game, but Daniel Rich is sitting on 13 disposals. Without Birchall, Rich is the ball user from the back half, and Geelong are not putting enough time into Daniel Rich coming out of that back half.
The game's been so good, we've hardly spent a moment talking about the potential season-ending injury of the Brownlow medalist. Lachie Neale, with some type of hyperextension, AC, shoulder pop, whatever, going off the ground in the first quarter, coming back. He's playing through, but we just don't know the extent of the damage there.
Well, and I think Zorko's come in for Reece Matheson, and Reece Matheson found his place in the team while Lachie Neale was out. earlier in the season. So you've got Matheson sitting there waiting to get on the field. He's the Medi sub tonight, is he?
Yeah, Reece Matheson is.
So
if you didn't catch up,
sitting there.
Yeah, Birchall the laid out and Payne came in and Matheson's still the sub.
So that suggests it can't be season-ending. If Lachie Neale's able to play this game out, you wouldn't think it'd be a season-ending injury, given he's not having the biggest of influences on the game in terms of how he's accumulating possessions, because he's just not.
It's extraordinary. You've been in that medical room, Lauren. I know that your body's required some running repairs to get you through. I mean, they are good, but he looked really hurt when he went from the ground, didn't he?
It didn't, yeah. I think all of us sat here and assumed that he wouldn't be coming back on the ground. And then for him to appear really quickly, you just wonder, has he just done the stubborn, I am the Brownlow medalist and I'm saying I'm okay, don't tape me, let me play. And I'm no doubt at all they'll be scanning that.
Have you ever done a shoulder? You Sully? Yeah. Well, I mean, can you get through it and then wait and see, or?
It certainly was an AC, but the mechanism doesn't suggest it was an AC.
Yeah.
It looked like it was an extension,
looked like
which
it was sitting out.
Suggests, and the way he carried it and was feeling around, I thought it had popped out.
Yeah, and we've seen them go out and then go in, and then some players just manage it, and some players have massive surgery, and certainly Gary Ablett's the most prominent name of recent times to have had its career severely affected by it.
The limited knowledge I have around that is how much damage is done to the ligaments around the shoulder, so how insecure is the joint, and for him coming back out and refusing to tape it suggests that maybe he's got away with it popping out but not doing too much ligament damage. I'm sure they'll scan it and find out how bad it actually is, but that's my limited knowledge of when you do a shoulder.
And no doubt among the questions that'll be asked of Chris Fagan after the game. Thanks, Brad. Thanks, Lauren. Brisbane 8-9-57. Geelong 3-5-23. It was the Lions by 30 points at quarter time and now 34 points at half time. Karen from Sunshine in Melbourne says, come on, Cats, hurry up. Bill says that Danaher wasn't on the correct line for his last kick after the siren. Yeah, well, it was the natural arc after the siren, which is now that machination in the rule. Thanks for all your messages. Keep them coming. 0437 774 774. We will take a break on that. Brisbane 8-9-57. Geelong 3-5-23. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are. We'll be back at the Gabba on Grandstand AFL after the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. A co-worker of an infected Melbourne man who travelled from Sydney on Sunday has now also tested positive for COVID-19. Roseanne Maloney reports.
The newly confirmed infection takes the number of Victorian cases linked to the Sydney outbreak to 2. A man in his 60s who travelled home from Sydney on Sunday tested positive for the virus today. His only co-worker at a dry cleaning business has also now tested positive and is quarantining. His family have been isolating and have tested negative at this stage. The Sandringham dry cleaners, a Jetstar flight and a Melbourne airport terminal have all been added to the list of exposure sites. The first case in the outbreak is believed to have caught the virus at a party in Sydney. Victoria's border will be closed to all of Sydney and Wollongong from 1 a.m. tomorrow.
And New Zealand's government's decided to continue the pause on quarantine-free travel from New South Wales for another 12 days. There have been 11 new cases reported today, including the New South Wales Agriculture Minister, Adam Marshall. Mr Marshall says his positive result comes during one of the busiest weeks of Parliament.
I feel pretty lousy, actually, that this has happened, and this has happened in this way at this time. And I just hope that it turns out for the best.
Hundreds of rescuers are crawling through the rubble of a collapsed apartment building in the US city of Miami, with at least one death confirmed by police. As Catherine McGann reports, 9 more people have been taken to hospital, with fears the death toll will rise.
Authorities in Florida say it's not yet clear what caused almost 1/3 of the 12-storey building in Surfside to shear off and fall into the street. The collapse happened at around 1:30 in the morning local time, meaning most of the residents inside would have been asleep at the time. More than 80 police, ambulance and fire units are at the scene, with cherry pickers and ladders used to rescue people still inside the building. Miami-Dade police say its specialist technical rescue team has been deployed, with the incident declared a mass casualty event.
This man says he rents out an apartment inside the collapsed complex and that he can't make contact with his tenants.
I was just
trying to see if she was here. I mean, she comes in and out. I just wanted to come over and see actually where it was on the building, and I'm hoping we can get a hold of her, and I hope she's not here.
The federal opposition is putting pressure on the Prime Minister to strip the Nationals of the Water Ministry following chaotic scenes in Parliament. The Nationals have twice tried and failed to move amendments to their own government's bill, which would alter the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. In both cases, the Liberal Party shut down the attempt. Labor frontbencher Penny Wong says Scott Morrison must demonstrate his commitment to the plan by taking the water portfolio off the Nationals.
Tomorrow you have to strip the National Party of the water portfolio. Tomorrow you have to strip the National Party of the water portfolio, and if you do not do it, South Australians will know you are not serious about delivering the Murray-Darling Basin Plan.
The cost of citizenship application fees will rise for the first time in 5 years. From the 1st of July, the Department of Home Affairs will update the costs. A standard adult citizenship application will rise from $285 to $490. Queensland environmentalists have dismissed the announcement of the first coal seam strike at the controversial Carmichael mine. Resource company Bravis, formerly known as Adani, says it's a major milestone, with exports to India due to start later this year. The divisive Galilee Basin project has been more than a decade in the making. Sonny Hungerford from the Mackay Conservation Group says today's declaration is just for show.
Their mine is not operational. They don't even have a rail line yet. People Power has held this back for 10 years, and People Power will continue to fight.
Despite being in the middle of the dry season in Australia's tropical north, it's been raining in the top end, and the Bureau is warning it may rain again tomorrow. Meteorologist Chris Kent says Darwin Airport typically records 1.7 millimetres during June, but today's falls have been unusually high. He says the showers and storms are due to a trough that's drawing in tropical moisture from the Asia-Pacific region.
Good news is this rain isn't going to hang around for too long. Tomorrow we are expecting showers and storms again. They are expected to be very isolated. But for the weekend, if we are heading out, we are expecting dry conditions to return.
And hundreds of black-clad protesters are back on the streets of the Thai capital Bangkok, calling for the country's Prime Minister to step down. That's the latest ABC News.
For the latest sports results and stories from around the globe and at home, check out ABC Sport on our social pages. Just search ABC Sport wherever you scroll.
New from ABC Books, Lapsed by Monica Dux. One woman's hilarious attempt to escape her Catholic upbringing. Jane Caro calls it enlightening, forensic and laugh-out-loud funny. Benjamin Law praises its intellectual rigour and humane tenderness. And Sean McAuliffe says it's a frank, funny and heartfelt exorcism. Lapsed by Monica Dux. Book and audiobook available in bookshops and online.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Bailey, he's got a leader on him. Hipwood finds him 20 metres in front. Right up forward, he wheels onto the left. Charlie Cameron in a one-on-one. And it bounces just in front of King and Stewart. Oh, but Charlie got to his feet first. Bounces up like a jack in the box. Toes it off the deck and gets his second. From the ball up, ball spills forward for Geelong. Rowan, handball back to Atkins, back into Zach Tui. Runs from 50, does Zach Tui. Cats are on the board. Long, inside 50. Isaac Smith was getting held on to. There's a free kick. It's been played to Geelong. Isaac Smith from 40 metres out directly in front. Goal umpire didn't move. Cats get 3 on the trot.
Coleman kicks it to Hipwood. He's got space to mark uncontested. 45 from goal. Left half forward flank. Hipwood from 50. Tough angle to the left. Hits it on his left. Swinging left to right. Oh yes. And he turns to the fans and pumps his fist.
Bouncing ball. Stewart got rid of Cameron. Ball spilled out. Umpire says, hang on, there's a free kick here. It's going to go to Brisbane. Play went on. Oh, it's on out there. It's been simmering away. And now it boils over as Sorko gets involved. So does Jared Lyons.
Zach Bailey's got a holding the ball call against Geelong. He kicks it to full forward into 2-on-2. Danaher's brawl. Oh, the number 3 had left and right arms all over it. Pushing the back, free kick to Joe right in front. Give him an Oscar as well, my Lord. I tell you what, Melissa Wu, be getting 9.5 in Tokyo for that. The unboarded Joe on the left foot snap, kicks the goal. Zorko in the middle of the ground, watch out. On the rebound, he hits Cameron. Kicks it to Danaher in the pocket. The timepiece is about to hit half-time, and Joe Danaher in the left forward pocket, 30 metres out after a spiteful at times first half. The Gabba faithful will hear the siren and get onto the edge of their seats for this. Oh, he split the middle!
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Hope you've caught your breath a bit. We've had to. Welcome back to the Gabba. Quentin Hull and the team for ABC Sport. We are Grandstand AFL and Brisbane and Geelong entertaining us royally with this opener to round 15. It's the Lions by 34 points at half-time after they led by 30 at quarter-time. 8-9-57 plays, 3-5-23, but certainly the Cats getting things a bit more on their terms in the second quarter after Brisbane certainly was wasteful at times in the first term. A few numbers in the third quarter not too far away. I'm calling with Michael Price, Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell and Zane Bojack, but your texts entertaining us as well on 0437 774 774. Some great images here. Noyce in Vietnam is enjoying the game with a beer, but it's hard to beat this one from Frank. This says, "G'day boys, in the shearing shed in WA, Aidan, Sack and Frank enjoying a couple of cold ones after an afternoon of sheep work. You think of how that lower back would be hurting, the biceps, the sweat, the bluey would just be wrung wet with the toil of a hard day, and you've got
place to be.
Grandstand there, listening to the footy and having a beer with your mates. Good on you guys. Thank you for your message." Daniel from Mount Barker in South Australia. I don't follow either team, but really enjoying the call. Good on you. And Tom from Melbourne says, "Geelong won't win the flag this year. They're not a great tackling team and don't have a ruckman as good as the other top teams. They're not a great centre clearance team against good opposition, as good as Jeremy Cameron is. I would not be giving up 3 first-round draft picks for him. Brisbane are a genuine premiership chance this year. Thank you, Tom." 0437 774 774. Keep them coming, as Michael Price will give you a few of the numbers around Brisbane's 34-point lead.
Let's have a look at Geelong first. Patrick Dangerfield, 15 disposals. He's got 6 marks, 4 clearances involved there and a goal. Parfitt with 14. Guthrie's got 13. Jeremy Cameron and Higgins with 11 apiece. When it comes to Brisbane, 16 for Zorko. That matches up with 6 tackles, a couple of clearances. Daniel Rich with 13 at 92%. Jared Lyons at 11. And Oscar McInerney has got 10 disposals. As far as the goal kickers go, Joe Danaher's got 3 for the Lions. Charlie Cameron and Link McCarthy have 2. Eric Hipwood has 1. For the Cats, only of the 3, Patrick Dangerfield, Isaac Smith and Zach Toohey with the singles. Having a look at the disposals, 32 plus Geelong with the disposals, and 27 to 25 inside 50s. Our premiership superstars with the special comments in Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell. Only 2 differential in the inside 50s. Brisbane up in that, but 37 tackles to 21. That's the thing that's keeping Brisbane with that aggressive edge in the game.
It's been fantastic around the ball, the Lions. Their intensity from the very start, Loz, and that tackle pressure has just been great.
It has been, and back in the middle now for the second half, we just see what can Geelong do to turn the tide. Do they go more direct as the Lions were in that first quarter and just create some more impactful forward movement?
Cats winning the clearances 23 to 14 at the moment. Umpire Brett Roseberry has it in the middle of the Gabba. Another perfect bounce to start proceedings the second half. In fact, McInerney gets it down to Zorko. Once again, it's a long spearing ball inside 50. Advantages Danaher. Stewart punches it away from him. It goes towards the boundary line. Zach Bailey brings it back inboard. Charlie Cameron. Danaher left and right. He curls a left footer from the boundary line. Didn't see anything he liked inboard. It was punched through for a behind. Quick start for the Brisbane Lions. 8-10 plays 3-5. It's now a 35-point margin after 30 seconds of the third term on Grandstand AFL.
It was Buse that came out of the square with Charlie Cameron there, so Geelong have made the change. They've taken Stewart off him, pushed him up the ground, and Buse is on Cameron now.
The big talk from Tui to the middle of the ground, into the bullseye, but marked by Adams. He pumps it back 90% of the way with a drop punt. Here, Hipwood almost marks. Front of the pack, strong tackle applied by Henry on Bailey. It comes out Geelong's way. Guthrie's hand pass to the boundary. Stewart keeps it in just, kicks beyond defensive 50. Robinson spoils in front of Cameron and the ball is out of play for a throw-in. But didn't that ball go flying through the night sky from Zach Tui?
It did. I'll just shout out to Jack Henry. His defensive pressure's been awesome. His ability to win the ball as well, but laying a tackle on Zach Bailey where Bailey would normally get out with his pace, really effective.
Throwing it right half forward for Brisbane. Radaglia with the tap, but Robinson roves for Brisbane. Hand pass infield to Rich. In space, 60 out. Vacant square. Bang! Into the post. Into the post. For a behind. 8:11:59 to 3:5:23. It's been a while, but if Geelong make this close enough, we've read the stories about Brisbane's inaccuracy before, haven't we?
Kolajasny has the ball. Gives it to Isaac Smith, who from right half back across the arc gives it to Guthrie. Good lead, and it was honoured there too from Hawkins. A long way from home, short of centre wing, out of side. He tries to pop it up long. That's a good mark taken by O'Connor under pressure. Handball directly to Close. Tackled as he gets rid of the ball to right half forward. Dangerfield gathers, tackled into the ground. He lets loose the ball. Now it's with Madden. Diving on the ground for Brisbane. He's held up against the boundary line. What's the umpire got to say here? He's just floating. He's saying the ball went over the boundary line at close quarters. We'll get a throw in right across the arc of 50 at right half forward for the Cats.
Jack Payne is no one in football, but he pushed Dangerfield's... Boy, that was a big tackle on Danger. Clean possession here. Hawkins tackled out of the ruck contest, holding the ball.
Such danger, Hawkins, those ruck contests in his own forward line. Brisbane have fought him well so far.
Yeah, well, he killed them in the preliminary final, Sully, remember here. Danger. Yeah, just to see Jack, he's a big boy, but he's no one really compared to Pat. And the way that he just stood up, it doesn't matter. Forget the name, play the man, as the kick from defence for the Lions is turned over. Andrews kicks it to Henderson. His kick semi-smothered on the wing, but he got it to right half forward. Silwood hands to Menegola. Hand pass semi-smothered by Zorko, so Menegola goes back in to dive on it. Zorko dives on him. Umps watching. And a ball up is the result at left half back for Brisbane. Right half forward for Geelong. 2 points. The Lions in this third term, they lead by 6 goals.
That from Joel Selwood, only his 6th disposal for the game. Extremely quiet as McInerney takes it out of the ruck, shoots it 20 metres forward, goes over the boundary line. He's been pinged for insufficient intent. Lockie Henderson will take the free kick on the outer wing.
That's tough, isn't it, Q? Took as much ground as he could.
Well, that's the way they're playing it at the moment. If you don't keep it in deliberately, and the Cats take it laterally across half back.
Something that we haven't seen heaps of. The switch. Here's the... We see it all the time.
And they're doing it.
Finally we get a
first
switch.
Time tonight.
Yeah.
Buse takes a bounce. Handball to Guthrie. He's got Cameron forward. 20-metre kick finds Jeremy Cameron. He's got nobody on him. Plays on. Uses the left foot to effect into the path of Hawkins, but it was a good spoil there by Marcus Adams. Took the ball over the boundary line. We'll get a throw in.
What Geelong had the opportunity to do there was, with that switch, makes the ground big, opens up the middle part of the ground, and instead of continuing down the boundary line, they had the chance to use the corridor, which we might have seen in weeks gone by, but for some reason Brisbane have defended that part of the ground really well tonight.
Brad Sewell on Grandstand AFL, throw in forward pocket for Geelong. Hawkins clean possession again, tackled as soon as he got it. Zorko gets it, he's tackled, and another ball up with the Cats still in attack. 5 minutes third term. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Brad Sewell, Lauren Arnell and Zane Bojack, your company on ABC Sport at the Gabba. From the ruck contest, chance for Close at the attacking side of the pack. A little left foot grubber on goal, not great. Purchase on the boot, he's kicked a point. 8:11:59 plays 3:6:24, Brisbane in front.
Bring the ball back in, do Brisbane. Comes to Daniel Rich, gets it back over to McCluggage. McCluggage measures a pass. Punched away from Madden by Radaglia. Ball spills across halfback for Brisbane. Beautifully done by Zorko over to Jared Lyons. He kicks it towards a contest running towards it. Zach Toohey and Link McCarthy both showing speed. But the ball goes over the boundary line at left half forward for Brisbane. Leading it by 35 points, 5.5 gone, third term. Crowd buzzing. This has been a very exciting game, chock full of highlights. We'll throw it in here. Radicalier and Oscar McInerney over the top. It was taken by Guthrie. His kick half smothered, cut off by Daniel Rich for the Lions. He chips it forward and off the hands of Jared Lyons. It'll be a throw-in just short of left half forward for Brisbane.
Geelong continue to ignore Daniel Rich out there. Again, just given a lot of time and space off the back of the contest. If Brisbane teammates can find him, you know he's going to be penetrating going forward.
McInerney over the top of Radicalier, rode by Archie, rush kick to half forward, well battered on the half volley by McCarthy, chips it high, sets a task of Lyons, but he marks, plays on, shoots from 35 in the pocket. What a finish! Stewart arrived late and had run past Jared Lyons, so he took the moment and kicks the goal. Brisbane by 41. And as much as we've been entertained, as fierce as it seemed, Lauren Arnell and Brad Sewell, the scoreboard now really becoming a factor.
And you really did feel like the start of this quarter queue was all Geelong's. It's been sitting in their front half for a little bit now, but the class of Lions to finish that is one thing, but can we take a moment to just acknowledge how clean Lincoln McCarthy is at ground level? His ability to come out with the ball bobbling from the stoppage and just take that footy cleanly and find that space is exceptional and very underrated as a half forward.
Link McCarthy, 29 games for the Cats, of course, plagued by injury, and the move to the Brisbane Lions seems to have reinvigorated in his career. Well, doesn't seem to. It certainly has, as the ball bounced in the middle. It's taken away immediately by Zach Bailey. Oh, bursting through to the arc of 50. Beautiful smother off the boot there by Blitzarves. Saved there by Parfitt. High ball into the middle of the ground. Daniel Rich versus Dal House. Ball spills away from both of them. Mitch Robinson puts a handball back into the middle. It's just being held up there on the low go. Starcevic rolled over with the ball, tackled by Isaac Smith. And the umpire will ball it up on the Vulture Street side of the ground. I don't know whether the Gabba crowd can actually comprehend how well their team is doing against this brilliant side in Geelong.
Blitzarves the tap. Higgins with a hand pass to Menegola. Geelong with the clearance on the left boot from the wing. Menegola over the head of Hawkins, over the head of Adams. At the back, Andrews racing back for Brisbane in the pocket. Gathers, gives to Payne by hand. Chip to Neal. Marks it on defensive 50 at right half back. That shoulder doesn't look too bad, but it'll be among the questions for sure after the game. After he went off with that problem in the first quarter from defensive 50. The Brownlow medalist kicks to a pack on the wing. Fisted to ground level. Menegola lightning hand pass to Parfitt. Geelong inside 50. The kick sets a task of Cameron. He gathers his own crime. He's got 2 and 3 against him. Now Parfitt arrives to help out. Gathers got tackled, got a boot to it. A slinging kick to the pocket. Adams hands it boundary side for Brisbane and Neal. He's tackled and smashed into the ground by Hawkins. And the Hawk, he gets up saying, oh, sorry. Archie was going to get into him, but Neal's up. Don't need to apologise, Tom. But, oh, dear. There was a bit of sling about it. Everyone's so sensitive about that. Anyway, thrown in the pocket.
McInerney versus Hawkins here. McInerney gets it, but it's in the hands of Higgins. Handball to Isaac Smith. Curling from 30. How about that on the right foot? The wrong foot for Isaac Smith. His second. And the Cats get one to respond. 9-11-65 plays 4-6-30 after 9.5 of the third quarter.
You see that back again, Loz, but too much space at the back of that contest, back of that stoppage there for Brisbane.
Well,
chain of handballs finding Isaac Smith in space.
There's been a few similar stoppages for the Cats in their forward 50 early in this quarter, and I was watching it, and I guess usually when Smith where he sits just outside 50 at the back of stoppage, usually the job there is for the Lions half forwards to roll up on him and defend that handball receive, and they haven't done it at all this quarter, and he's made them pay the price. Smart positioning, clever player, and capitalises.
Just keeps the Cats close enough if they can get a roll on. 35 points the lead to Brisbane. Thrown up in the middle of the game. Blitzarves clearly over the top of Danaher, but rode by Jared Lyons of Brisbane. Kick to half forward, spoiled and roved there by Atkins for Geelong. Hands it to Selwood, hands back to the bullseye through the hands of Parfitt. On the ground, Neal with a one-handed gather. Beautifully done, and a left-handed hand pass to Starcevic. Here's kick to half forward, marked by Cameron. Quick entry is fumbled by McStay. Free kick, chock of the arms. Free kick, Brisbane against College Asney. And Daniel McStay's got a chance now to have a shot on goal with a man on the mark 45 metres out, slightly left of centre.
Again, just that quick ball movement. And the half forwards that are pushing up, getting the ball about 70, 75 out there. They're quickly turning around corridor side every time.
11 goals, 3 this year, Daniel McStay. Really has improved these numbers. Left boot, 52. Journey, easy. Left side, though, for a point. It's a neat 6 goals, the difference. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Daniel Rich, he just had a little bit of a scratch or something on the side of his face near where his beard is, and the doctor was trying to stop the bleeding there. He had to come off and get cleaned up for the blood rule.
Tom Stewart plays on for Geelong, gets it to Henderson. He looks for Henry. Slapped away from him after he takes the mark. It's a 50-metre penalty. So Henry's going to be marched to just, well, it's a pretty short 50 if you have a look at it, just over the centre wing on the Vulture Street side, the commentary side. Henry using the right foot to kick a long one towards the top of the square. Cameron flies, fisted down by Harris Andrews. Front and centre off the deck was Dev Robertson. He kicks it to the arc of 50. Waiting there's O'Connor for Geelong. He takes the mark. He kicks to the top of the square. Cameron made his way to the top. Front and centre Menegola. He was smothered there by McStay, who's made his way down there. Blitzarves now at ground level. Tackled into the ground. Ball stuck underneath. He and a couple of others, as the umpire comes in, will ball it up 35 metres out from the Geelong goal.
6 goals the diff. 12 and a half third term. Feels like it's at breaking point here for the Cats. Beautiful tap down. Hawkins to O'Connor, snapped, kick, won't have the journey. And Devon Robertson outmarks Selwood in the goal mouth for Brisbane. Quickly kicks across the face of goal to Andrews in the left back pocket. Andrews marks, and it's a stagnant group of footy players in front of him. So off half a step almost, he just kicks it to left half back, and Danaher flies in the pack to take the mark over Cameron. He's having a big game, Joe. He doesn't like what's ahead of him. He's called to play on, looks infield, then decides to just kick long down the line to the southern wing. Coleman gets to the drop in front of Atkins to take the mark for Brisbane. The lithe number 18 for Brisbane. Kadeen Coleman in just his 14th game. Kicks around the wing, precise for Neal, who marks. Hand pass even brought straight to Blitzarves on the mark. Neal got it back, tries again. Hands it towards Zorko, who tapped it to Robinson. Gathers 60 from goal. Snap to the pocket. Pitches in front of McCarthy and Henry and bounces out of play. Throw in with Brisbane in attack. Lions 9-12-66. Cats 4-6-30. 14 minutes played third term on Grandstand AFL.
We saw Tom Stewart last week. 10 intercept marks. He's had 1 for the game. They're just not allowing them with the big bombs in as the throw-in comes. Link McCarthy at ground level. Tackled there by Henderson. He lets loose the ball. Dangerfield. Handball to College Asney. Long kick to the outer wing. Harris Andrews versus Jeremy Cameron. I love watching that duel. Comes off hands over the boundary line and a throw-in on the outer wing.
One player we mentioned pre-game as well, having an All-Australian year, Joel Selwood, just sitting on the 7 disposals now. 14 minutes to go in this third quarter.
Yeah, that's got to be, well, it's not a usual thing. It's quite a rare thing for Selwood to be down so low in disposals as Dangerfield breaks away from the clearance. Kicks inside 50. Once again, it falls short of Hawkins. And reading it well was Marcus Adams, celebrating his 50th game, the man with the broken body.
This is the bonus for Brisbane. No one thought he'd be that good replacing Darcy Gardner. He's kicked a left half back, gathered by McCarthy. Marks and plays on but turns over the kick. Stewart's got it in his 100th for the Cats. Uncontested mark, chips across the half back line as they switch. Through Henderson at centre half back to Tui at left half back. But it stops there. Chip over the man on the mark, taken by Smith. And Isaac Smith is still just forward of left half back. You love a thought, Brad and Lauren, on Marcus Adams. He has been outstanding for Brisbane in the last couple of games. Tui chips in field. to Atkins and then says, give it to me. He runs on, receives the hand pass, bangs a right boot from the bullseye to the goal mouth. Hawkins has it spoiled away by Adams. Roved by Payne, tackled by Rowan. Ball comes free. Robinson for Brisbane. Hands to Andrews, hands to Payne, and his kick is marked by Devil Robertson. A hoping clearance is caught at left half back. He kicks it infield, marked by McCarthy. Still on defensive 50. And now it slows up for Brisbane. 9-12, 66-4, 6:30. The locals in front by 6 goals. 16 minutes, third term.
Long kick, McCarthy to the outer wing. Oh, Henry nudged his opponent under the ball, then dropped the mark. Mitch Robinson gets involved. Ball spills over the boundary line in front of the benches. We'll get a throw in.
You can see Marcus Adam having grown just week on week, can't he? His confidence, even in the marking contest there, genuine 1-on-1 against Tom Hawkins. He's not tall, Adams, but he's strong enough just to position himself well enough to get a fist on that ball.
Good 104 kilos too. The 22 games for the Western Bulldogs, several years here at the Lions, and just getting his body right. 12 games in succession for the first time in his career as the ball spills over the boundary line again, and Dane Zorko ends up with his hands across the bench.
104 kilos.
104 kilos.
He, super professional, Sully. If you last year, before Steph Martin went to the Doggies, if there's anyone else in the gym equal amount of time, it's Marcus Adams.
Oh, his arms look like my legs. Fair dinkum as Guthrie loses the ball. Picked up there by Atkins, very quiet tonight. Drops it. McCluggage picks it up, curls it inside 50. Beautifully read by Zach Toohey off the boot, and he beats Zach Bailey to the ball.
Toohey's kick. He's got runners out on the southern wing. It bounces to the advantage of Higgins. He'll take a bounce. And now will drive the ball with his right from the wing to half forward. Radigalea in front. Adams with the spoil. Roving Robertson tackled by Selvert. Crowd says hi. Up says no. Ball up.
Another one here for the Cats makes things interesting.
Yeah, 6 goals. I just feel it's breaking point here. Clearance from McCluggage. Quick little hand pass to Madden. He just toe pokes it in hope. Is there sufficient intent? Yeah. Over the boundary line, throw in on the outer side. Yeah, Cats, you'd think, need at least 2 of the next 3 to keep it tight enough here at 6 goals the diff. Timepiece is starting to get again them at 18 minutes, third term. Blitzarms and McInerney again tangle, neither gets a touch. Jared Lyons will pick up for Brisbane. Hand pass to Robertson, just forward of half back. He'll kick to the half forward flank. Bounces in front of Cameron there, who's being hassled and shoved by Buse. Cameron, Buse, boundary. And great to see the name Buse here in a Geelong v Brisbane game. When you think of his dad, Andy, who played 207 times for the Cats and 56 times for the Bears.
And he was a very popular man too.
Very nice guy.
Hard as a cat's head as well, Andrew Buse.
Even when playing for Brisbane after being at the Cats.
Exactly right.
Okay, right. Beware the bear.
Exactly, the throw in across the arc of 50. Oh, Parfitt goes back with the flight. Careens into his own player there. I'll just see it. There's several Cats on the ground, and Gary Rowan as Charlie Cameron emerged with the ball. And it is Jed Buse. It was towed off the deck. And Charlie Cameron was held off the ball by one of the Geelong players. Then 3 of them careened into each other. Cameron's got the free kick. 45-degree angle to the right. It's only a 30-metre kick. Lets him go. Charlie starts at left and it stays there. Fisted through by the Geelong defence. It was Henry who got the big fist through. Another behind. 9-13 the Lions play 4-6. What could have been score-wise. It's now 37 points the margin. The Cats to bring the ball back in after 20 minutes of the third term.
Another one of those little moments you just put in the back of your mind. As Toohey goes another torp. Doesn't hit that one well. Punch back towards attacking 50 for Brisbane. McCluggage rove, spins, hand passes errantly. Picked up by Close of Geelong. Hand passes to Smith. Runs to the wing. Kicks infield to Dalhouse. Just had a quiet night. He marks. Hand passes to Danger. Runs to 50. Left foot kick. He got pushed in the back. Is it downfield? No. Play on. Brisbane's ball. Archie tackled but got the hand pass to Payne. Exiting kick to Neal. Marked on defensive 50. Kicks it wide to Robertson. Devon takes the grab. That looked dangerous for the Cats. But Dangerfield's kick inside 50 didn't find a target. And now Robertson takes in some oxygen at right half back. Very short chip to McCluggage.
Unusual for Dangerfield, Q. he's got 20 disposals. He's operating at 50% disposal efficiency, so he's not getting it away with the classic skills he's genuinely got.
McCluggage chips over the man on the mark, and Rich marks right in front of us on the northern wing. 37 points the lead to Brisbane. Rich kicks to a pack at half forward. Zorko flies from behind, can't mark. Hughes tries to pick up, came off the boots of Lyons. That's out of bounds on the full. Free kick Geelong at left half back to Hughes.
Now, you've called rugby in South Africa, I dare say, Q. Daniel Rich looks like he kicks the ball at altitude. He gets an extra couple of metres with every strike.
Up in the high veld.
Absolutely. As
Victoria.
Geelong bring the ball back in across half-back. It's with Henry. Standing the mark, Zach Bailey. Geelong looking stagnant. There is very little movement for him. Goes to Guthrie by foot. Backwards. Now across to the goal square to find Zach Tui. Another chipping pass, puts the pressure on Kolajasny. The fast closing Kadeem Coleman got there. Put a fist on the ball. Good pressure, the Lions. There's going to be a throw in. Left forward pocket. Lions lead by 37, looking to make it a lot more.
Big moment in the game late in this third term. Brisbane in attack. Radagalia taps down. Rode by Jared Lyons. Kick smothered by Selwood. Lyons tackles him in the back. Free kick Selwood. And the Geelong skipper, 10th year as captain, kicks to centre half back. Good kick marked by Henderson. He kicks it into the man on the mark. Great work by Madden to now make it a 50-50. Brisbane pick it up. Zorko hands to Robertson. Kicks it to Danaher. Marks uncontested. 47 metres out. Well, he's had a couple of big moments tonight, Lauren.
He has, but Geelong have done their own damage there. They should have been going inside 50. Dane Zorko was caught behind Buse. Zorko's been cramping for the last 2 minutes, can barely walk. And instead the fumble means that the Lions go straight back inside 50 to Danaher.
This takes it out to 43 points if he kicks truly. Another big bomb, big moment coming up for Big Joe. From 50, slight angle right. Oh my word. He is diamonds and dust at times, and he is 24 carat tonight. What a kick. 4 for Joe. 10-13, 73-4, 6:30. Essendon fans, look away now. He's flushing them tonight, isn't he? Zane Bojak on the boundary.
Yeah, Mark O'Connor's desperate to get back out on the field. He's been really struggling with his back, and as I talk to you, Dane Zorko's also getting some medication because he's got cramps. So, they're going down like flies here tonight, but Danaher, doesn't he strike them well?
Yeah, he certainly does, and he's the one getting the rewards at the moment, but it's the pressure around the ball, around the contest that is giving Danaher these opportunities. As we see, Zorko cramping, he's been at energy, that tackle, pressure, intensity around the contest. He set the scene early. Pricey, you put the acid on him. He's very good early.
Well, look, you just thought as the captain he would respond after being out for a week, and he certainly has. 18 disposals, 9 tackles so far for the Zork. We're back into the middle. They're going to win the clearance here. Brisbane. Dev Robertson gets a handball out to the wing. McCluggage scragged off it there by Selwood. Ball spills into the middle of the ground. The umpire from 50 metres away to my left has called a free kick off the ball. Now it's going to go to Lachie Neale against Cam Guthrie. Right on the logo here. Vulture Street side of the ground. Lions by 43 points. 24 gone, third term. Lachie Neale brings it over to Daniel Rich. Just racking up the disposals again. Approaching 19 touches now. And at 83% disposal, so there's the difference. There's another 50-metre bomb towards right, half forward. Blitzarves at the back, fists it forward. Beautifully roved by Lachie Neale. On the speed, Charlie Cameron. Oh, that was a great pass, but what a mark. He has met that full-chested at full speed and at full vertical leap. Thank you very much, Charlie Cameron. We'll have a shot 30 out directly in front.
A great courage from Close
coming back. Close was nearly killed with Charlie Cameron's knees. As Charlie Cameron comes in, pops it through. He gets his third, and the game is broken open for the Brisbane Lions. 11-13-79. Plays 4-6-30. It is now a 49-point margin after 25 minutes of the third term. And we get some baby shark.
Oh, that's some seriously good footy. The stoppage clearance from Lockie Neal, stream out at full pace, and then to put it to the advantage of Charlie Cameron, that mark was that will be replayed for the remainder of the season. That was outrageously good. Hopefully Close is okay. He stood up, didn't he, guys? He was okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
And then to finish for Charlie, I think that's been the knock, hasn't it? He has these high marks and these great moments, and then to finish that goal, take a breath, and now stretch the lead out to what seems insurmountable now for the Cats.
Charlie's got to buy Brad Close a beer for helping the aesthetic brilliance of that, because if Close didn't show that courage, he wouldn't have gone spilling the deck, but he took a great mark. Centre bounce, 49 points the lead to Brisbane, and the locals can sense blood on the water here. Now, it doesn't happen much for this lot against the Cats. Menegola kicks wide towards half-back. Blitzarves will gather. Ham passes to the wing for Guthrie. He gathers and kicks to the lead, and mark of Dangerfield getting the better of Archie, 50 from goal. Just has to hold it up for a moment. Dangerfield's right boot, kicking it towards Tui, who takes the mark. Nice bit of blocking from O'Connor to ensure McCluggage couldn't affect the contest. So Zach Tui has already kicked the one goaling. Well, at 49 points late in the third term, Brisbane, such a strong team on their home deck. It seems like, we'd be overselling it to try and keep the Cats in it, but crazy things have happened. Just ask Cats fans about what can happen in final quarters at this venue. They're doing the chasing tonight, though. Big kick for Tui. Runs over 50. Strikes at 45 out. He is a wonderful kick for a bloke who grew up kicking a round ball. That's extraordinary, isn't it? We get blokes in Australia that grow up with Sherrins and struggle to kick it. And here's an Irishman hitting it as pure as you like. 5-6-36 to 11-13-79.
And more often than not, those Irish guys can actually control and handle the ball better than those of us that grew up playing with it.
Zane on the boundary.
Yeah, Dan McStay's been doing a few laps of the boundary line. He's got a bit of a problem with his left knee. He's gone and sat back down now. I think he's going to come back on, but he has been struggling, guys, and wouldn't be surprised if they put him on ice, literally.
Well, Dan McStay with only the 4 touches tonight, and Eric Hipwood only the 3 for the 1 goal for Brisbane, 2 of the key forwards.
2.5 minutes playing time left in this quarter, and a quarter to go. Where are we at, contest-wise? Is it on or done?
No, I think it's done.
I think it's done.
Playing catch-up footy like this is too hard.
We'll see how they go. McInerney versus Radaglia. Menegola at the foot of the pack, launches it inside 50. Off the pack, Hawkins receives a handball. He puts it over to O'Connor. It's just slapped away from him. Kicked by Daniel Rich towards centre wing. It's with Buse versus Cameron. Cameron puts it out in front of himself, but Parfitt helps him out. Well done. Guthrie chips it inside 50 for Geelong. They've got a chance. Madden couldn't get it for Brisbane. Now Geelong have it through Menegola. They've been forced back outside their 50, though. Jeremy Cameron couldn't pick it up. Now it's a contest inside the centre square. McCluggage turns around. He's got Danaher right half forward. He's got Hipwood streaming back, and he proceeds to kick it out of bounds on the full to the right forward pocket. Oh, we've had the good Joe, we've had the bad Joe, we've had the medium Joe.
And that was the selfish Joe.
That was the selfish, should have passed it, Joe.
Yeah.
43 points the margin, Geelong with the ball in the back pocket.
Eric Hipwood was running into an acre. Henderson's kick is out of bounds on the full. Charlie Cameron's going to put Brisbane back. Oh, he kicks it out in the full. That flat out was lucky to go into the field of play from Charlie.
We can probably say there's a bit of fatigue starting to set in for a whole number of players out there.
Lauren Ardell.
The diplomat. Well played, Lauren.
You are
You are correct. Henry's kick is almost down the full. Starcevic knocked it out. Yes.
When you're talking about 2 of the premier teams in the competition, fatigue must have been creeping in the last couple of minutes.
What do we got? 70 seconds and change to 3/4 time. 43 points is the lead for Brisbane. It's a rare thing when they beat the Cats. McInerney taps down beautifully for Bailey. Kick inside 50 for Brisbane. Oh, two Cats fly against each other. Luckily, Henry's out the back to save the day. Hand pass to Buse in the pocket. He slips out of play. Trying to spin on a dime to get away from Cameron. But he slipped and he's over. And it will be thrown in with Brisbane in attack. 11-13, 79 to 5-6, 36. You're hearing it through the national broadcaster ABC Sport.
Throw in under the scoreboard. The big screen at the city end of the ground. Right forward pocket for Brisbane in attack. McInerney gets it down. Blitzhouse doubles up, gets the ball, handballs it away to Charlie Cameron, in fact, who plays for the Lions. He's tackled. Geelong players appealing for a free kick, nothing happening. There's going to be a ball up, 30 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right, and a 43-point margin to Brisbane. McInerney gets it down and then shuffles a handball out to Mitch Robinson. Flying, diving handball back to Hipwood. Standing start from 40. Oh, Zach Tui read it beautifully as it floated into the goal square and took a double-grabbing mark in front of Joe Danaher to save the day.
Doing it at both ends, as they say in the classics.
Yeah, he's been really good too. He's 16 disposals and 2 goals won, having a real influence for the Cats.
Plays on, pressured by Danaher, but a precise kick marked by the bearded Atkins in the right back pocket. Counting down to three-quarter time, and there'll be another release of anticipation, hope, exasperation from the Lions fans. Since 2010, they've played 24 times and won 3 times against Geelong. One of them was Ash McGrath's big bomb in his 200th. The other was Link McCarthy's mark. I don't know when the other one was, to be precise. Not as memorable as those two.
No, not at all.
Now, when you're filling the trifecta, nothing beats the Quinella of that. There's three-quarter time. And Brisbane leads the battle of 3v4 by 43 points at the final change. They've extended in every term. Led by 30 at quarter time, having kicked 4-7 to a point. They could have been further in front. They led by 34 at half-time, and now it's a 43-point lead to the locals at 11-13, 79 to 5-6, 36. And the key forwards and those around are doing the damage in front of goal. 4 to Danaher, 3 to Cameron, 2 to McCarthy. Hipwood's got 1 and Lyons has got 1. While for the Cats, Tui's got a couple, Smith's got a couple, and Dangerfield has the other. Keep your messages coming, 0437 774 774. But on this Thursday night, we are at three-quarter time, and the Lions lead it by 43 points on Grandstand AFL.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app. Step into someone else's shoes in conversations with Richard Feidler and Sarah Konoski.
She hadn't seen me since I was 2. I was about 16 now. And she looked at me and she said, "That's my baby brother Archie."
Or learn how to make your money work for you as comedian Nazim Hussain looks at spending less and spending better in the Pineapple Project.
I learned the hard way to budget, but I'm still paying for my 20s in a way.
Open your ears to the world with the ABC Listen app.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
Rush kick to half forward, well battered on the half volley by McCarthy. Chips it high, sets a task of Lyons, but he marks. Plays on, shoots from 35 in the pocket. What a finish!
McInerney gets it, but it's in the hands of Higgins. Handball to Isaac Smith, curling from 30. How about that on the right foot? The wrong foot for Isaac Smith, his second. And the Cats get one to respond.
Zorga hands to Robertson, kicks it to Danaher. Marks uncontested, 47 metres out. This takes it out to 43 points if he kicks truly. Another big bomb, big moment coming up to Big Joe. Oh my word. He is diamonds and dust at times, and he is 24 carat tonight. What a kick. 4 for Joe.
This it forward, beautifully rowed by Lachie Neale. On the speed, Charlie Cameron. Oh, that was a great pass, but what a mark. He has met that full-chested, at full speed, and at full vertical leap. Thank you very much, Charlie Cameron. We'll have a shot 30 out directly in front. Charlie Cameron comes in, pops it through. He gets his third, and the game is broken open for the Brisbane Lions.
Dangerfield's right boot, kicking it towards Tui. who takes the mark. Nice bit of blocking from O'Connor to ensure McCluggage couldn't affect the contest. Big kick to Tui. Runs over 50. Strikes at 45. Out. Here is a wonderful kick.
The 2021 AFL Premiership season on ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's had its fair amount of theatre about it, but it seems done at three-quarter time. Nonetheless, we'll tell you the story of the next half hour and beyond here on Grandstand AFL. Welcome back to the Gabba. Brisbane lead Geelong by 43 points. It is a match-winning lead in every context of the word at 11-13-79 to 5-6-36. Jane on the SMS. Jane, are you a Bombers supporter? She goes, oh, the woe. It's Joe. Yeah, he's got 4. He's been terrific tonight. Bill says any ideas the Cats had for a premiership may have been buried tonight. Gary from Bendigo. This has been a great 60th birthday present for Chris Fagan to see his Lions thrash the Cats, making it a catastrophe for Geelong. Well, okay. How good the locals, how bad the other lot? That's what Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell, our premiership stars, are here to tell you.
Loz, it's never as good as it seems, never as bad as it seems, and I think that's fair for what we've seen so far. I mean, Brisbane's pressure and intensity, the tackling, I think, has been fantastic. Their mid-forward connection has been a difference. Their ability to transition the ball and move it quickly, zigzag and change the angles has brought the likes of Charlie Cameron. Joe, these guys can be so frustrating at times, but wow, they're genuine match winners as well.
Absolutely. And what I want to touch on from what you've just said is that speed of ball. The Lions have recognised that if they move the ball quickly, they actually have forced Geelong's defenders to defend. So you've got guys down there. Tom Stewart's only had 7 disposals. Henderson's only had 11. Those are guys who like the footy in their hands. They like to control the ball, slow the game down, shift it as they like. But because Brisbane have been so quick when they've turned it over and moved the ball so quickly and forced them to defend deep, which isn't their strength, one-on-one, the Lions have just exposed them. And you see key players in the Cats team. We know that they haven't lacked inside 50s. Gary Rowan's had 5 disposals. Jeremy Cameron, 0 goals, 1. Tom Hawkins, 0 goals, 1. Selwood, the 7 disposals. And then back on Stewart as well, who's a key ball winner and creator from their back line. I think the Lions have manipulated the way they know that Geelong likes to play. And they've forced them to defend some really dangerous forwards in, as you mentioned, Charlie Cameron and Joe Danaher have just been lightning tonight.
Yeah, they have. And importantly, this becomes a blueprint for a lot of the other teams in terms of how to break Geelong down. That quick transition, that quick ball movement. And to be fair, Brisbane haven't taken that many risks. When they've been moving the ball, it's been short and sharp, it's been punchy. They haven't necessarily gotten back off the mark, they haven't taken their time. But because the movement forward of the ball has created that space, when you're giving guys like Daniel Rich so much time and space, they're going to hurt you.
Yeah, and the key has been early in the game, going through the middle of the ground and going fast. When they take a mark, Brisbane, they've wanted to move it quickly rather than that slow, long kick down the line where your Tom Stewarts can float in and take the intercept mark and then control possession.
Final term about to get underway. 43 points the lead to Brisbane. What's the final half hour got in store? Michael Price.
Oscar McInerney over the top of Radaglia. Ends up gathering his own ball, does the big O. Toes it forward, but it was well read by Tom Atkins. Takes it at centre-half back, outside the centre square.
By the way, about 35 more possessions to Geelong. Contested-wise, they lead by 10. 30 more handballs. All those numbers the Cats weigh.
Stewart ends up kicking it to the arc of 50. It's towed off the ground by Brandon Starcevich. On the wing, Henderson overruns it. Mitch Robinson puts himself in. Tackled. The crowd wanted high. Nothing doing. Kolajasny with the ball. Handball forward now to find O'Connor for Geelong. Long kick towards the square. Radaglia the target. He's got 3 opponents to beat. Marcus Adams shadowed across the front of the pack. Did beautifully. Got it to Link McCarthy. He got it into the path of Starcevich. Cut off there by Isaac Smith for Geelong. His handball errant. Picked off by McCluggage. Then McCarthy, who finds Charlie Cameron with a sizzling pass just short of centre wing out of side.
Cameron slows it up. Waits for McCluggage to run to the wing. Then misses the target. But McCluggage gathers the crumb. Kicks to Robinson, who marks and gets clattered into. Gee, made him earn that, Atkins. But that's the way that Mitch likes it. If it's not hard, I don't want to be in it. He's 60 out, kicks around the pocket, kicks it to the opposition. O'Connor takes an uncontested grab for Geelong in the left back pocket. It hasn't been a huge night for a number of the big prime movers for Brisbane, yet they're winning comfortably here. Really even performance as the kick from O'Connor back to a pack on the outer side. Almost forced to a neutral by Robinson. Spews out between his legs. Adams and Higgins dive on it. Neither can get it clear. So Danger's got 22, Guthrie 21, Parfitt 19. Rich 20, Zorko 18, Lyons 18, but just 15 for McCluggage, 14 for Neal. Just haven't seemed as influential as I say that. Of course, Lock Neal gets a clearance here. Kick inside 50 for Brisbane. Hipwood got into the back of his opponent. No free kick. It ricochets to Zorko. Kicks it on the head of McCarthy. And he marks it. Oh, what? About 10 metres away from where he took that hanger late in 2019 on a Saturday afternoon. They won't be banging the windows of the commentary box in the members tonight, Sully, as they did on that memorable day. Yeah, when Al Nicholson and I were calling that day. One of the more memorable occasions. Similar shot, though, if you know your footy history between these two. The roar won't be as big, but Link's going for a third against his old team. This for a 49-point lead. Misses across the face. A behind. This should be a 10-goal lead by now. It's just 44 to Brisbane at 11, 14 to 5-6.
Geelong bring the ball back in. Lockie Henderson, that's an indiscriminate kick. He just hoiked it out of there. Landed short of centre wing out of side. Mitch Robinson took the mark in front of Zach Toohey. Competition to see who's got the more tats. It's a long kick inside 50. Speaking of tats, and he's got some talent to go with it there. Tom Stewart takes a great mark. Goes laterally across the arc of 50. Gary Rowan's on the lead. He was basically
pushed
in the back by Harris. I was trying to say it nicely. He just pushed him straight in the back with both hands, did Harris Andrews. Gary Rowan took the free kick, kicks it to right half forward. It was a nice fly by Dalhouse. Off hands, picked up by James Madden, the Irishman for Brisbane. He's tackled. Underneath Higgins and Dalhouse, there'll be a ball up.
Tossed in the air, McInerney and Ratugolea to do the ruck work. Clean gather by the big O. Hand pass to Neal. Hand pass missed Bailey. Stolen by Rowan. Tackled by Bailey. Turned over to Rich. Turns it over with the kick to Guthrie. That's a mess. He'll kick it inboard to clear the congestion. And he finds Atkins, who marks in the cricket pitch area. Hands it back to Guthrie. Here's the kick inside 50. Cameron from behind. Got a finger. Couldn't mark. Rowan Robes in the pocket. Runs clear of the traffic. Then dribbles it along the ground to Cameron, who hands it back. This is horrid stuff. The ball to the boundary line. Tui just keeps it in. His hand pass results in an up and under hack to the goal mouth. Parfitt juggles a one-hander and takes a mark at the end of all of that.
Oh, Q, well called. You actually made that sound better than it looked.
Thank you, Brad. Parfitt's going to kick a goal at the end of all of this. It'll be just his 7th for the season. The former Thunderman from Highcliffe. No, he's not. Brad, you gave me a rap, and you know what? It went to my head, and I stuffed up the end of it.
That was consistent with the passage of play, if nothing else, wasn't
it? He missed it to the right.
Oh, it's been so good.
Thank heavens, Sully. What are you doing to me? 80. What is it? 80 plays 37.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. 43 points the margin. That was from 15 metres out directly in front, people. As there's going to be a free kick. It's coming back now to Joe Danaher. And it will go against Joel Selwood.
You spent some time with us last week at Karawa. You know that we've had a lot of practice calling that type of stuff in this part of the world.
Unfortunately,
in the last 10 years. Welcome to Siberia.
Yeah,
Not quite tonight.
It's been honed as Daniel Rich, another pinpoint kick, just slightly 45, finds Jared Lyons. He goes straight laterally across half back to Harris Andrews. Another smaller kick finds Jack Payne. They've got a man open on the wing. It's Mitch Robinson by himself on the outer side. He takes it, feigns to take off, and this just holds up. Thinks, no worries, you're set up in front of me. I'm going to go long. Play on and go long down the line to right half forward. Pack of players, beautifully done by Atkins. Nudged McStay out of the way and took a defensive mark.
Goes very short with the chip to Selwood. Skipper, where's he up to tonight? Oh, just his 10th disposal. Kicks it to Blitzarms on the wing. I was looking in the top quarter of the list and thought, what? He's not there. Had to keep going down and down and down. Menegola hands it off to Kolajasny. Kicked a full forward, close to the target, fisted away by Starcevic. Out of play. And Uncle Craig will be happy with Brandon tonight because he's got a lot of blue from the paint on the logo on the wing all over the side of his body. Looks like he's had a tough day out doing his bit. One of the unsung heroes of this developing side under Chris Fagan is Brandon Starcevic in only his 37th game. Ball thrown in on attacking 50 for Geelong. There's a free kick to Brisbane.
Another hold off the ball.
Against the Hawk, going to the big O. McInerney's going to give it to Rich. Rich is walking, saying, come at me, come at me. Now he stops. Wow. This game has gone out of it. The fizz. It's out of play. You know, you get a soda and you shake it, shake it, shake it. The first 2.5 quarters were the opening of the bottle, and then it's Flas attack after that when you drink it. Yeah, we're up to that point. Yep. At 43 points the lead to Brisbane.
We'll see how it goes after 7.5.
How's the analogy, Sully?
No, that's about right.
Yeah, okay, good.
That's about right.
Well, makes me thirsty, though, that's for sure. It's Parfitt. Oh, his handball intercepted by Zorko. Close quarters, back to Lockie Neal, back to Jared Lyons, who's tackled off it. Selwood, that's the tale of his night. Had the ball, was in the clear. Zorko knocked him over, ball spills. It's kicked forward, though, reading it nicely for the Cats. At right half-back was Lockie Henderson. So once again, the Cats in control of the ball. It's a very pedestrian first 8 minutes of the final term.
It's funny when you see these good teams and it's clear that one's got the better of the tactics and the intensity for the night. And then it's almost like, okay, well, yeah, we're not going to just cog down, but we're going to just sort of learn from the night and think maybe there'll be bigger battles to come. I don't know, Sully, Lauren, you've both been in that scenario. Zorko hits McStay. We'll have a thought.
Yeah, it does feel like that in some way, certainly from Geelong in the start of this fourth quarter.
Yeah, well, McStay with his left boot. Kicking it to Hipwood. Couldn't get there. Men clattered to ground and Henderson is there to pick up the ball for Geelong. He kicks it to the corridor. Dangerous kick. Adams thumps it away. He's not slowing down. You know that Darcy Gardner's probably coming back late season. His hand pass results in a free kick to Isaac Smith.
Sorry, I just laughed because that was a free kick only Mitch Robinson.
Oh, Smith's kicked it to Zorko. He's got players streaming forward. Kicks it to Neal. 55 out. It's taking so long, Neal, he doesn't know which one to kick it to. Eventually he chips it to Zach Bailey. And here's your moment. Should have had a shot on goal at Virginia Park to win the game. Do we bring that up again? Well, I'm looking for storylines late. Brad, yes, of course, if you're wondering what happened. Tackled Mark Blitzarves. Play on was the call. AFL umpire's department said mistake. And Zach Bailey, he got his moment against Collingwood.
The following week.
And he'll have many more.
Oh, he's a good young player. Straight in front, 40 out to return Brisbane to its game-high lead of 49 points. Missed it, left side, behind.
Well, someone I'd like to speak about at some stage is big Oscar McInerney. I think he's been fantastic tonight. And rucking against Blitzarves, he's got a huge engine, but Oscar appears to have ran with, kept up with, and got himself into really dangerous positions for Brisbane for a lot of the night.
He's had 17 disposals, the Big O.
Yeah, the Big O's only behind Rich, Zorko, Lyons and Neal for possessions tonight for the Lions.
Ball spills to the outer side, close. Handball Higgins, handball to the run of Buse. Tackled off the ball. Rowan with a rare disposal, gets the handball back to Higgins. They're under enormous pressure, still the Cats. Lions still chasing them. Menegola over to Isaac Smith. As he does, hits a target with a beautiful 15-metre ball laterally to find Henderson. Henderson across the field now to Henry. Run in, have a ping, son. Does so from 50. Makes the distance, pushes it right, one behind. 81 plays 38.
Are we at the point of this fourth quarter with the fizz out of the game where we start telling stories, boys? Is that where are we there yet?
Did you get your house?
Oh, not yet. But I can tell you, Oscar McInerney. So last night I'm coaching in the Brisbane Lions Academy. We're sitting there talking about we're selecting a 17s girls Lions team to play the Suns. I'll continue the story in a moment.
McInerney marks on the outer side. It's okay, we're still telling the story while you're telling your story. He's been great tonight, the Big O.
So we're sitting there looking for tools coming through in the Brisbane Lions in a couple of years.
McInerney kicks down the wing. This is like the cricket. You've got to stop for when they bowl. Well, through the hands of Danaher. Picked up by Dev Robertson. Hands it to Neil. Inside 50 Brisbane. 2-on-1 though numbers with the Cats. Close goes to ground. McCarthy wins the ball. He's tackled by Atkins. Holding the pill. Geelong free kick. Lauren.
Great tackle, Atkins. So anyway, we're sitting there saying, who can coach our talls in this program in August? Get on the text. One of our coaches gets on the text to Oscar McInerney says, yes, absolutely, I'm keen. Straight up.
Very good. Brilliant from the Big O and brilliant from the Lions as they hassle Geelong on the ball on the exit. They've lost it. Picked up by Devon Robertson, who's growing with the week. He chips it inside attacking 50. Kadeem Coleman takes the mark. 40 out. 45-degree angle to the left.
Now, save this for the post-game, but Lauren did come in saying, I'm nervous. My fiance's gone to an auction tonight.
No good, boys.
Come on.
Let's stick to Oscar.
So Kadeem Coleman now from 40. The left foot is nice. Oh, it's very nice. The Lions get their 12th goal. 12-15-87. Plays 5-8-38. 49 points the margin again, 12 and a half gone final term. So the Big O, what kind of advice do you think he'd be giving the taller end?
What advice would he be giving?
What's Oscar bringing?
What's he bringing to the table?
So we're avoiding talking about the Brisbane house market and we're going to talk about Oscar McInerney.
Hey, that is the story. If you were able to get a piece of real estate in this market, was it 30,000 Victorians left home last year to come up here?
Is that right?
Something like that.
Good luck.
So Oscar, obviously super professional, loveliest guy at the footy club, and happy to help anyone. Just fantastic to see him excelling in his role within this team. And we came into this game 4th v 3rd. We're playing Geelong, who pipped the Doggies last week, and Oscar's had a huge dominant influence tonight. It's just so good to see.
Centre bounce and 49 points to lead. There's McInerney thumping it 25 metres towards half forward. Gathered by Atkins, tackled but got the hand pass to Guthrie. Under pressure, a hand pass doesn't really find a target. Stewart picks it up. Kicks it from half back to the wing. Cameron rushes at it, gets a touch, can't control. Menegola taps it back to Cameron. He's gang tackled by Archie and Coleman. Ball up. 0437 774 774 is the SMS. By the way, Jane's not a Bombers supporter. She's a Dockers fan. She's more so concerned when she was woeing Joe about her heart breaking every time Lachie Neale gets the ball. Tui kicks it to half forward. Nice gather Hawkins. Left-handed hand pass. Fumbled. Gathered by Smith, but Zorko tackles him. You're on it, Pricey. He has been up and about tonight. The Zork. Wins a holding the ball free kick at half-back.
He is the true barometer of this side. He kicks across half-back. Finds Jackson Pryor. Hasn't been huge in disposals, but he's a big body 19-year-old Pryor and does quite well. Lachie Neale. He's got it just short of centre wing. We thought he's like Lazarus. We almost pronounced him dead earlier on in the game where he did that shoulder but came straight back on the field. Blitzarves now at the back of the pack. Handball to Stewart, who's been under enormous pressure tonight. Handball to Atkins, tackled by the Big O. Ball spill out to Kolajasny. Oh, he hugged the boundary line. Guthrie just took it inside. The boundary umpire was right there in the right spot. So Guthrie takes the mark in front of the grandstand commentary box. That kick was not his best. It fell short of the target in Menegola. Handball through to McCluggage now. Lions doing what they will. Chip forward finds Lachie Neale, who squats down, takes a few seconds and really enjoys the applause from the crowd.
I wonder what pain he is in or otherwise. He looked in such a bad way when he went off in the first term, but he's played out the game. Here's the kick from Neale to a pack at half forward. Stewart climbing in his 100th, got a touch, couldn't mark, but robes his own crumb. Hands out the back to Henderson, hands it to O'Connor, runs through full back to kick to the middle of the ground, over the pack. Parfitt a chance, gathers, tackled by Andrews and dumped. Parfitt doesn't like it and he gets up and that pair tangle. The ump's given a free kick. We don't know which way yet, but he's too busy sorting out the fight.
It'll go to Parfitt because
I'm
I think it was
so.
a slingy, rough type tackle. I don't know what the official definition is, but
okay.
I've heard
He let
slingy.
go of him. It wasn't too bad in the end. You could have really buried him.
Yeah.
So Parfitt kicks wide, Guthrie marks, hands to Menegola, 68, chips it to Hawkins, juggle, yes. Once, twice, thrice, controlled. And they'll get on the back of the tomahawk here because he hasn't kicked a goal tonight, and this is a very tough one. from 45 out right on the boundary.
Curly and Loz, they average 5 goals a game between them, Tomahawk and Jeremy Cameron. Tonight, nothing.
Undecided.
Hawkins 1 point, Cameron 1 point. Is that what we've got?
Yep.
Hawkins from the boundary. Right foot, drop punt. Oh, what a great kick. Left to right. Wow. Super stuff. Rare goal for Geelong. And if you're only going to get a half a dozen or so, you've got to enjoy him. That was a beautiful kick. 12-15-87 to 6-8-44. First of the night for Hawkins, who now has 31 for the season. Zane Bojack on the boundary.
Yeah, Geelong's going to send 2 of their warriors back out there, in Joel Selwood and Patrick Dangerfield. They've been on the bench for a long time, but maybe with that goal they can get a bit more percentage back as we see Selwood go on, and now Jeremy Cameron's coming off and Patrick Dangerfield's going to go back on. But they've sat on the pine a fair while in this last quarter.
29,024 officially in the house tonight to watch a rare Brisbane victory over Geelong.
43 points the margin. That kick was that good. The Queensland Cricketers Club crowd applauded it. I've never seen that happen to an opposition player. There you go. In the middle of the ground, it's back with McInerney versus Blitzarves. Blitzarves just takes off with the ball, runs away, uses his left foot to the top of the square. Oh, it came off hands. Jared Lyons couldn't pick it up for the Lions. With therefore Higgins taking it over the boundary line, though. He couldn't stop it in front of Daniel Rich, and it'll be a throw in 40 out.
Is your wife in the Cricketers Club tonight?
No.
She didn't come tonight?
No, she's above.
Oh, okay.
Sitting directly above us with my eldest daughter as well. So the 2 of them enjoying the footy. They just sent me a text.
Star hockey player daughter?
Oh, no, that's the other one. Both stars.
Okay.
Both stars.
Of course, no favouritism here. Dev Robertson in the right back pocket. Clearance from the throw-in for Brisbane, but his tumbling kick almost marked by Stewart. It comes back to him. He'll kick the Cats back into attack. A deep ball towards the goal square. Andrews spikes it 30 metres away from the pack with his knuckle. Dev Robertson had it, lost it. Madden now has to play tackler on Selwood. Ball spills out. Brisbane's got it. Pryor hands it to Adams. Rushed kick up and under from the pocket. Comes down 50 out. Blitzarve spoils Lions, but roved by McCarthy. His kick's a shank. And out on the full. Free kick to Geelong.
That fizz has all gone now, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But we came into this game with Tom Stewart. They were saying his 100th game. He's going for his 3rd All-Australian. As Guthrie has the ball, chips it inside 50. And you haven't seen that all night, is Gary Rowan with some clear space to run into and a pass. And he takes the mark 40 out, Surly.
We've rarely seen Geelong switch the ball, which is what allowed Rowan that space to run into the space via the fat side.
So Gary Rowan, the hero of last week against the Doggies after the siren, comes in from 45, and he is an exquisite kick of the football. Straight through the middle. Some consolation goals for the Cats. 12-15-87, 7-8-50. 37 points the margin now. Nearly 20 gone, final quarter. Zane Bojack's on the boundary.
Yeah, there's some real confusion there. I mentioned before that Mark O'Connor's been struggling with injury. He was desperate to go back on. Tom Stewart stood on the boundary line just in front of the gates for it must have been at least 2 or 3 minutes going, do it come off or not? O'Connor wanted to go on and the bench kept saying, no, you've got to stay here. So Tom Stewart's gone back into the defensive 50 now, but he didn't know what to do.
Just as a conversation point in a game that's decided, these two teams do have very similar percentage. So 127 odd, 128 odd for both of them. And both will be 10-4 at the end of this game. And Brisbane on percentage will go ahead of Geelong. So there's a terrible bounce in the middle. It went beyond the second circle. Stay with us. Keep the messages coming. 0437 774 774. We'll endeavour to get into both rooms. McInerney over Blitzarves, taps down, and that's Neal going into the deck tackle. Holding the ball. Holding the ball. The tackle came from Parfitt. So he's earned a free kick in the middle of the ground for Geelong. Runs through the bullseye. Drives a right foot drop punt towards full forward. A huge pack. Andrews again. There's 6 in the pack, and his knuckle fists the Sharon 20 metres clear. Picked up by Devon Robertson. Kicks it over the head of Danaher on the wing. 2 is a chance to gather. He does, and in and away sees McCarthy sprawling on the deck. And then he mucks up his kick. Kicked it to Robertson of Brisbane. Hand pass inboard to Adams, tackled by Higgins. And then Higgins picks up the ball that he's earned. He's tackled, hands it out to the Hawk. He is dropping it as Archie pressured him. Play on, Blitzarves picks it up. Hold on, now there's a holding the ball free kick going against Hawkins.
And it might have been a delayed reaction. He might have got the signal from the umpire further away.
And Marcus Adams is the recipient. From the left half back flank. High. McCarthy from behind got a hand, couldn't mark. Roved by Pryor. He's kicked to Hepworth. Rush ball hit the chest of Eric, 60 out left half forward, and Eric's pointing deep. He's going to chip it though to Lyons. Marks at 55 run out. Hands it to Pryor. Hard on the boundary. Centering kick. Looking for McCluggage. He had 2 to beat. Atkins fists it away from him. Ricochets to Stewart. Geelong's got it. Hands to Close. He there to Collar Jasny. Tackled by Zorko. Just got rid of it. And that was Atkins who was there. Play on. Neal picks it up. Kicks it to a 3-on-2. Geelong with the numbers. Henderson knuckles it out of play. We're cogging down. But boy, oh boy, we had some fun early on here. And we will do the game, wasn't it? Yeah, we'll do the due diligence, don't worry.
It was.
We've got to do the call, but then we'll go through just how this has happened.
Not wanting to rub it in or anything, but that was Dane Zorko's 12th tackle. Throw in.
37 points the lead to Brisbane.
Left forward pocket. Oh, Jared Lyons from a step. Just hit the outer side of the ball in.
Pricey, I'll back you up with Dane Zorko. His intensity through this last quarter, we've been talking a lot about the Fizz being out of this game. He has absolutely set the tone defensively in this last quarter.
Well, that's what happens when you cost your team a week for whacking a bloke in the mush, doesn't it?
Yeah, as I say, he took that very seriously. Throw in right forward pocket for Brisbane. Stewart couldn't get his hands to it. Blitzarves likewise, towed off the deck by Guthrie towards the boundary line. Insufficient intent, methinks not, says the umpire. And at right half.
It's not worth getting hot and cold about at the moment. Yeah.
Game's been too good to worry about that stuff, Q. At right half forward, there's going to be a throw in for the Brisbane Lions.
And the interesting question, we always thought, who's got the more to lose, who's got the more to gain tonight? We'll get our experts to think about that. Blitzarves and McInerney tangle as they have done for most of the night. No real clearance man to go on a boundary side, hands it out of play. I said off air, I thought, Brisbane have got to prove to themselves, and perhaps to the other mob, they can beat them. They nearly did it at Geelong.
Well, it's been comprehensive.
And that's the story, I think, of tonight, Lauren and Brad. You're nodding your head slowly, yeah.
Completely agree.
Yeah, so that's whether the Cats go further backwards than Brisbane goes forwards. I'd suggest it's a bigger step forward for Brisbane than a step backwards for Geelong. We'll get that assessment and conversation going. Radagalia's out on the wing. Brisbane lead by 37 points. He swivels and kicks the Cats towards half forward. Guess who in the way? The next captain of the Brisbane Lions. In the eyes of many, Harris Andrews takes the grab. Kicks to the middle of the ground to the advantage of McCluggage. He gathers on the bounce. Has time to turn inboard. Kick to McCarthy! Hold on. We're at the 25-minute mark of the final term. McCarthy's marked. He's not going for goal. It's not 2019. He plays on. They've got numbers everywhere. Hipwood's going to snap a goal from the pocket. There is cream on cake. 2 for Eric. 13-15-93. Leads 7-8-50. In the dying stages of this one at the Gabba.
It's probably time where we start thinking about the Mitch Duncan injury as well, and how his role and how unselfish he is around the ground, and how that may have impacted perhaps a Selwood tonight around stoppage. Sully, I don't know, is that something you sort of think about, or do you just expect someone to come in for him and play a similar role? We mentioned pre-game he's third in score involvements. Ahead of him was Selwood and Hawkins, and they've been really quiet tonight.
I don't know if it's been so much structural difference between these two sides. It has been intent and intensity. That last passage of play there, to go unmarked in their defence, in their forward 50, the way Brisbane did then, Geelong have put the cue in the rack. Well and truly put the cue in the rack, and it's not a good look.
McInerney, wins comprehensively, slaps it forward. Jared Lyons, hits Hipwood on a lead, straight from the middle, straight down the high, diddle. Hits Eric Hipwood 30 metres out directly in front.
Well, here's another chance for a key forward. 11 of 13 goals have been kicked by the goal kickers. Generally, Brisbane needs some of that midfield group to kick a score. But only one to Lyons and one to Coleman. 4 to Danaher, 2 to McCarthy, 3 to Cameron, and now Hipwood's lining up for his third. And that's not how Brisbane's been good in the last couple of years.
30 metres out, directly in front, Eric Hipwood. Punches it to the right. One behind. 94 plays 50, 44 points the margin. Cats behind, and they play on quickly through Tom Stewart, who kicks a bomb to the middle of the ground.
Almost marked by Cameron, just couldn't control it. Radagalia's roving hand past those stolen by Payne of Brisbane. Kicks the lines back into attack. Henry there. Does he take the mark? Yes, he does. Nudging Hipwood underneath the ball. Hand passes it off to the run of Stewart. High kick towards the wing. Radagalia engaged with Payne. Roving is Robinson for Brisbane. Kick over the head of Lyons, who gathers it. Selwood tackles him. Hand pass is taken by McStay. Kick to the goal mouth and the pocket. McCarthy gathers, hands it to Cameron. No. Free kick to Geelong. Well, the hoots of the crowd are about to be replaced by the cheers of a supporter group that has not had a lot to get excited about when they played the Cats on a consistent basis. We've had some big finishes between Geelong and Brisbane and the rare Brisbane wins at the Gabba. It's not quite Ash McGrath from 50. It's not quite Link McCarthy late in 2019. But Lions fans, this doesn't happen much. You've beaten the Cats at the Gabba. And with some style, to the tune of 44 points. Brisbane 13-16-94. Geelong 7-8-50. Has the step been taken by Brisbane? How far back have the Cats gone? That's a part of the post-game with Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell. And your message is welcome on 0437 774 774, saying Bojack will get us into the rooms. Brisbane set the tone early. They kicked 11 scores to 1 in the first quarter, but they only led by 30 points at 4-7 to 1 behind. And Cats never really got hot. They did kick 3 goals in a row in the second term, Geelong, to get it back to 17 points. But that was essentially as close as it got from that point on. 30 points at quarter time became 34 at half time, 43 at three-quarter time, and they won the last quarter, did the Lions, by a point to make it 4 wins across all 4 quarters of the night, 13-16-94 to 7-8-50. And it was the key forwards that got the numbers in front of the goals for Brisbane. Joe Danaher with a big night against one of the contending clubs. Showed his value with 4 goals too, and still played that pinch role in the ruck as well. 3 goals to Charlie Cameron, 2 goals to Lincoln McCarthy, 2 goals to Eric Hipwood. Jared Lyons and Kadeen Coleman also kicked goals. For the Cats, a couple to Toohey, a couple to Smith, singles to Rowan, Hawkins and Dangerfield. 94 plays 50. Both teams are 10-4. Brisbane now jumped along on the ladder by a slight bit of percentage, as both came into this game very similarly in their for and against records. The Cats now have got Essendon back at Cardinia Park next week. We're still not sure when. We're waiting for the round 16 fixture. They've got Carlton after that at the G, so that's the next fortnight. Brisbane go to Adelaide to take the Crows, and then next time they're at home, they take on St Kilda before a huge round 18 game against Richmond at the MCG. Well, Brad, Lauren, just how far forward did the Lions go tonight, and how much backwards did the Cats go? That's the question. I think to set it up, we thought that, Brisbane had the chance to finally get them. And the Cats know that they can beat this lot, we think, but Brisbane hadn't been able to for a while. What do you think?
So I think, firstly, I don't know that Geelong necessarily go back too far, but I think Brisbane take a big step forward.
Yep. That's the assessment we're looking for. Do you concur, Lauren?
It's a clear execution of a game plan from what I can see. The Lions knew they had to move the ball quickly. They did. And Geelong, just as Sully mentioned, just completely lacked defensive intensity. They won the possession count, contested and uncontested, the Cats, but they couldn't do anything with it, and they've allowed 17 marks inside 50 to the Lions.
So their defence wasn't up to their normal standard, but their attack too. That was their lowest score against the Lions in history is 47 points back in 2005. They've only bettered that by 3 points here. This is a significant win for the Brisbane Lions defence against their triumvirate of Rowan, Cameron and Hawkins.
And you look at the depth in the back line now for the Lions. If you said earlier in the season you miss Birchall, Lester, Gardner, and in comes particularly Adams and Payne tonight as a late in. Both Adams and Payne were really, really good tonight and defended exceptionally well. Brendan Starcevic continues to put his hand up for All-Australian selection. He was outstanding. So really comprehensive win for the Lions. It's exciting for them, and I think Sully, the Cats go back to the drawing board and say, what do we need to do defensively next week? Look out Essendon, because I think they'll have a bit of a point to prove.
I read something during the week that even in the pre-season, the Cats saw Port into the Dogs, into the Lions away after the bye, and they'd sort of circled that as a key part of the season. It's their first loss since they went down to the Swans at the SCG in round 7. They've been on a great tear, and they've won 2 out of that 3 after the bye, which, hence, was it a good night to get the Cats for a Lions team that had the bye, got some rust out against one of the competition cellar dwellers in North last week, and came home hungry?
I think perhaps, but if you're the Cats, you prefer to come off a hard-fought win against the Bulldogs and come up to the Gabba, and you'd certainly be expecting more than what you produced tonight.
Well, the old adage, best form of defence is attack, and that's what we saw tonight from Brisbane. They set up really well behind the ball, but again, it was their controlled, quick ball movement going forward that I was really impressed with, and relatively low risk at the same time.
Just seeing picture on the big screen of Dane Zorko leading the Lions into the room. Stay with us. We'll hopefully hear from both rooms before we wrap things up tonight. 13-16-94 beats 7-8-50. A rare win for Brisbane over Geelong. A week where Chris Fagan celebrated his 60th birthday. He went past the 100 games coach. I think this is the first time he's got a winning record as coach now. That makes him 51-49 as Brisbane Lions coach. I doubt he got ahead of the ledger at any other point. I'm not quite sure. But I know he was 49 wins and 50 losses going into last week, his 100th game down in Hobart. So he's now 51-50. I don't know whether he would have been in front of the ledger at any other point of his tenure here in Brisbane. Let's see if we can get into the Lions rooms and take the song. Pretty businesslike from the Brisbane Lions, who have definitely shown that they're in the conversation. Okay, a couple of talking points. Again, from a broader perspective, we wondered whether or not, it's not just about one man, but having Joe Danaher added to a Brisbane team, its ability to have a bailout kick in a big game. 2019, Charlie Cameron's All-Australian sparkling year, and that sort of fell to bits as a way that they couldn't get home. And even at times last year, it was like, oh, wouldn't you love an extra big man to kick it to? Well, tonight, they had one and he kicked 4 goals.
And not only that, but again, the ability for McInerney to go forward and just further stretch that defence and keep them accountable. They've got multiple avenues to goal. And their dynamism is beginning to click a little bit more. The only thing for mine that makes me a little bit squirmish still is just seeing Joe do some of those uncharacteristics, selfish things that are still in his game. The moment he can completely eradicate those silly free kicks, some of those silly shots on goals, and recognising that the more he can bring his teammates into the game, it just changes the culture, changes the look, changes an element of leadership that'll spread throughout the group.
And that's probably something else that comes with time in the group too, doesn't it, Sully?
Well, yeah.
I mean, 15 games into this Brisbane Lions group, you learn, and I think the one you're referring to where it looks like he's been selfish at having a shot at goal when Hipwood's tearing back.
Yeah.
I would almost have his back on that one, because I think his issue in that situation, Danaher, was that he came off his line, and so he wanted to move quickly. He looked like he wanted to move quickly. He was indecisive whether he takes a long shot at goal or kicks to Hipwood. And by coming off his line, he's put time pressure on himself, and he has Geelong defenders coming at him, and then he had 3 more Geelong defenders trying to cover Hipwood while he took that time to make the decision. So it's almost, it didn't look great, but you kind of look in that moment and say he had a few things go against him, and he's learning what Hipwood's movement patterns are in that situation. He's had 15 games so far, maybe 1 or 2 prackies prior. I think with time and with any luck for the Lions, that time is hitting towards finals. There's even more continuity between particularly Hipwood and Danaher.
What did opposition teams learn about how to break down the Cats tonight?
Just by making their defenders accountable. Genuinely using your high half forwards, the short, the shorter kicks going into your forward 50 and dragging the defenders out. The moment you kick it long and high, that's when Stewart and Henry really come into the game and control the aerial aspect. And tonight they had no presence, really.
I thought Geelong's choice to play Stewart on Charlie Cameron, instantly Charlie went deepest, which he prefers to do anyway, but having Stewart against Cameron and the Lions midfielders kicking it low and being happy for it to bobble around the ground and not kick to the advantage of Stewart in the air. We saw in the second half that changed. As Sully mentioned, Buse went to Cameron, but Stewart in the second half being that somewhat of a spare around the ground just couldn't have the impact that he would have had earlier in the game, I think. And I can't imagine that if Geelong play the Lions again, you just can't see Stewart going to Cameron early in the game.
Well, here's a curly one for you. We know that both teams have purely admitted that they're in the fight by their recruiting strategy with adding a couple of key players, Cameron, Higgins, Smith for Geelong, along, and quite experienced players at that. Danaher, the big inclusion from outside, but, who's got the bigger... We know both teams got to the preliminary final last year. In 9-10 weeks' time, who's got the more upside in them?
Going off tonight, I like Brisbane.
Both teams have got they want to improve on what they did last year. Obviously, Cats getting beaten in the grand final, Brisbane making the preliminary final. So you think that Geelong's still got more upside? Or
no, I think Brisbane have certainly got more. I think Brisbane have got more upside.
Is it enough to cover the gap between the two?
I mean, we've got 2 months to work it out.
Yeah.
I think that Brisbane do. Yeah.
Okay. Lauren, we'll get your thoughts on that in a moment, but we can get into the Brisbane rooms. And Zane, you've got Leaping Link with you.
I have got Leaping Link with me. Firstly, I want to ask you, Lincoln, playing against your old side, you like kicking goals against them, don't you?
To be honest, I haven't kicked that many against them. I didn't have any kicking boots on tonight, but It's nice to put a couple through the big sticks in the first quarter. I guess that just takes away a little bit of anxiety against the old mob. It's always a little bit different to any other side. So, nice to hit the scoreboard early. Just didn't have kicking boots on after that.
Yeah, it's not the same, momentous occasion as when you kicked that goal a couple of years ago against Geelong. But tonight, you just came out with so much intensity, and you've got the black armbands on, paying tribute to the late Alan Lynch. Was that part of that motivation, as well as the fact you guys want to get a win against this team because they've beaten you 11 of the last 12 times?
Yeah, they've definitely had the wood on us, and it's something that's been driving us to really get better and execute our game plan against the Cats. We've been unable to do that of late, but yeah, there's many different motivations we have, and the passing of Alan Lynch was just another one of those, and we're dearly sorry for that.
What about Lachie Neale? At one stage he went off there. It looked like we thought, he might not come back on, and then 4 or 5 minutes later he's back on the field. Can you give us an update on where his shoulder's at?
I think he's pretty good. I think that shoulder, he's had a surgery on that, so it's just rock solid. He said if it was the other one, he might have been in strife. So, to be honest, I was actually lining up for goal, watching him run off. Thought, shit, he might be done for a while here, but fortunately he was back in 5 minutes and winning the ball for us, so we're really lucky there.
All right, and you go now to Adelaide. It's important that you continue to maintain the rage, and the fact that you get to go to Adelaide, you don't have to worry about any of these schedulings, things and all that sort of stuff that's been going on with COVID.
Yeah, that's it. We're very fortunate to be able to still go into state at the moment, something we're not taking for granted, and even more so for myself. That's my home state, SA. Looking forward to getting back there, get a breath of fresh air, and hopefully my family can get up and come to the game, and we can get a win against the Adelaide side, who are going quite well at the moment. So it's going to be a really good game, and we hope we can get some Brizzy fans over there.
All right, well, I'll pass you up to our panel. We've got Quentin Hull, we've got Michael Price, we've got Brad Sewell, and also Lauren Arnell.
Link, well done on the win tonight. Really great performance against a high-quality Geelong team. Can you talk to us about Oscar McInerney? Just seemed really dominant, not just in the ruck tonight, but around the ground. Yeah, he was brilliant tonight, wasn't he? Obviously, we know what he's like. He competes really hard. He works super hard for his team. And he was really good at just getting the ball forward for us tonight and giving us a good opportunity to win the ball in our front half. And on top of that, he was around the ground. He was taking some big jukes that were really important for us. So, he had a brilliant night tonight. And with Oscar, we know the effort he's going to give us every week. So the cherry on top was a few nice marks and getting that ball forward for us. So it was really good. We were just chatting about the matchups Geelong went with, particularly in that first half. Stuart going to Charlie. Did you guys expect that? You obviously would have put a bit of thought into who your matchups are. But Charlie, and certainly from a team perspective, able to manipulate that matchup deep in the first half. Yeah, we weren't really sure how we were going to match up against them. They sort of like to just work as a team defence. They don't really match up on blokes as such. But yeah, Charlie did a really good job on him early. In particular, he was really dangerous. And I guess with those attacking defenders, if we can make them really accountable, and then beat them when the ball hits the deck, or get really dangerous on the flip. That's really our objective, particularly as smaller guys and small forwards.
Well done, something. It appeared from the very beginning a clear strategy to own the corridor and move the ball in a controlled, quick way from centre back. Yeah, it was actually. We know when we can change the angles against the Cats and get the ball moving quick without rushing it and kicking it back straight to blokes like Stuart. That we can really expose sides like Geelong that are really good defensively. And we were fortunate tonight that we got to get on the back of those. Blokes like Dane Zorko and Daniel Rich and Hugh McCluggage, they moved the ball really well through the middle there, and it gave us forwards time to get dangerous, which was really good. And it was Fags' 60th during the week. Did you find a cake big enough to hold all those candles? Yeah, that's a good one. We yesterday, I think it was yesterday morning. Yeah, Wednesday morning. We got around him in the morning before captain's run, and he hates the limelight being on him. But I reckon secretly he would have been really happy that we all got around him. I think his wife Ursula's been stuck down in Melbourne for the last month or so. So we like to give him a bit of extra love.
Lincoln McCarthy with us on Grandstand AFL. Quentin Hull here, Link. Just a couple of questions. Can you give us the glass half full and glass half empty assessment of 4-7 in the first term? Yeah, well, I don't know what to say about it, to be honest. Obviously, the glass half full side of it is that we were dangerous and we were taking the shots and we were getting those opportunities. The glass empty was we've got to get back to work in front of goal. I think early in the year we were in really good shape in front of goal with our accuracy and percentage, but obviously it's something that you can't let waver, because in big games that's going to hurt you. So we'll be back to work with that. Fair to say that you should have been further in front earlier in the game?
Yeah, I think so. To be honest, it's hard to know. I was definitely a contributor to some points being kicked tonight, so that's disappointing. But, look, they put a lot of pressure on that. They're a really good side, and sometimes that's just enough to have you off your game a little bit. So we've got to be better at that and absorb those moments and put it through the big sticks.
And the very broad question, you've played a team that's had the wood on you. What went right tonight that hasn't happened previously?
Yeah, I think mixture of things. I'm not sure what our contested ball numbers were, but I think we were potentially a lot more even in that category.
I can tell you, the Cats won it by 11 at 135 to 124.
All right, that makes me look silly, but
no, but they had the ball almost 50 more times than you, Link. So
yeah, I guess the Cats' ability to be really patient with the ball and sense the opportunity to attack is something that they're really good at. And I think we took the ability for them to be really damaging with that. We forced them to go skinny as much as we could, just allowed our big blokes to know where the ball's going to go and really get in good positions. So I think that's a big big factor in mitigating their ball use really, and they've got some really dangerous forwards. So if we can take that away and our big blokes can shut it down early, then obviously they're not going to be as potent.
Yeah, and you had more of it and do more tackling as a consequence. But 67 to 47 with those tackle numbers, Lincoln. How do you think that's going to be received?
47 to us?
67 to you guys, 47 to them, tackles.
Yeah, it's a hard one to read, I reckon, tackles, because sometimes if you have more tackles, it means you're second to the ball. So you can look at that both ways. But I guess from the intensity point of view, we didn't just let them walk it out of situations from stoppage or from halfback. And we really brought that tackling and gang tackling mentality to make sure we shut them down, because they're so strong at standing up in tackles and being able to just work really hard and flick it out to that guy in the corridor. And by taking that away from him, it's a really big thing for us.
Link, Michael Price here, mate. That tackle stat for me, it just showed the intensity level of which the entire team attacked the game. Led by your skipper in Dane Zorko, had 12 tackles out of that 67. Now, do you think he was feeling a little bit, I suppose, wanting to make amends for missing out the previous week? He really attacked the game hard.
Yeah, definitely. But I'd say he probably does that every week, to be honest. And that's been a massive strength of his since he's played AFL. He leads by example with bringing the heat, bringing the intensity, making sure we set the tone in that department. So I wouldn't say that's a change up from any other week. But what I would say is his legs were probably a little bit fresher from the week off, and we played on a heavy deck last week down in Tassie, so a few of us were a bit heavy. I know I felt pretty heavy out there tonight, but it was good to be back on the Gabba, a nice quick deck.
Always appreciate your time, Lincoln. Just to finish with, a bit of a sour taste going into the bye, but you've had the week off and 2 wins since. Do you feel like you're ready to launch again? Give this season a crack? Yeah, hopefully. I think we're still building. I think just the ability to like games like we had down in. Sorry, the thing's cutting out a bit. But games like we had down at Hobart on the weekend, just the ability to grind them out and get some ugly wins, I think is really good for us. And then tonight, we worked really hard. I think we took away what we wanted to take away from the Cats, and we're really fortunate in that regard. So we're just going to keep building and making sure each team we execute our strategy against them and see where it puts us. Well played tonight. Thanks for your time. Thanks, guys. Well, it's great to hear from Lincoln McCarthy. Thanks to Zane Bojack getting Link out of the Lions room. Stick with us. We've got plenty of time in the post-game for your thoughts, and hopefully we can get into the Cats' rooms as well if you aren't just tuning in. Final score, it's a 44-point win for Brisbane at 13-16-94 to Geelong's 7-8-50. And, interesting, Peter from Glen Iris says here, Sully, on your thoughts on Danaher. I'm a D supporter, but I think Danaher's a blight on the game. Foot up to opposition, groin in mark and contest, diving, selfish. He does sort of polarise a few, but...
blight on the game might be a bit harsh.
Well, I'm just reading...
I'm just saying. Reading. I appreciate all opinions.
Yes, exactly. Rod from Hobart. I'm a Geelong supporter, but I'm happy for Brisbane and Fakes from Queenie. I hope they go on and win the premiership, says Rod. Well, there you go.
Well, exactly. We can see the Brisbane contingent coming across the ground, including the media manager as they set up for the press conferences. And Chris Fagan has a beaming smile as he walks across the Gabbo.
So is Alistair Lynch, Minister for Tasmanian's football as well. Lynch.
Oh, Lynch, he looking like he could swing a few at Wakeland right now. He's that fit.
Now, Jane's had a good night listening to us. Thank you, Jane. I'm only surmising by the nature of your texts that you may have been really enjoying the call. Okay, what's your rating on Rich? I reckon he's gone under the radar. And as you guys said, Geelong ignored him to their peril, in my view. Even though I'm a bit confused. Thank you, Jane. 0437 774 774. You know what, Jane? I don't think you're confused at all. I think that's quite an insightful comment. Lauren and Brad will talk to you about it.
Well, he's had 25 disposals and 7 marks, and we know he's one of the better kicks in the league. I can't wrap my head around. I know we're really fortunate, Brad. We get to watch the Lions regularly. You just see how impactful Daniel Rich is with the footy, and when opposition teams, and particularly half forwards who are his direct opponent, just allow him to accumulate uncontested possession. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Question tonight about the fact that Grant Birchall didn't play. Ill/33 years of age and around 15. Did Rich get more of the ball tonight because he was the sole distributor, and were Brisbane more damaging in the absence of Grant Birchall?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, his leg is more penetrating than Birch's, but to have 2 of those legs is quite a luxury as well, right?
Yeah, Lauren.
Absolutely. No, I don't. I think Birchall in the side tonight, the Lions do even more damage going forward, to be honest. They were given the middle of the ground. Link McCarthy just told us that was part of the plan, take the middle of the ground, get the footy in the ball user's hands, and we know Birchall's a ball user, so it just gives them another avenue to goal when, particularly in that first half, Geelong's half forwards weren't defending those ball users.
You've got an insight that you shared a little bit about Marcus Adams, because I think when Darcy Gardner went down at Q-Clash, every Lions fan thought, oh dear, we know we've got Harris Andrews, we know that sort of on the ground we're okay, but we're a bit thin when it comes to key position defenders. And Marcus Adams is starting to allay those fears more by the week. You said that he works so hard at the club. Just tell us a little bit of what you know about him and how he's got to this point.
Yeah, my experience of him is quietly spoken. Haven't got to know him overly well, but when I'm in the gym, he's in the gym. And that was my experience with Stephen Martin as well. Just super professional, and I think no one would say a bad word about him ever. Michael Whiting actually wrote a really good article on the AFL website this week on Marcus Adams, and a guy who's I think he's 28 years old now. He's been in the system a long time. And
27?
28 next week. There you go. You're both right.
Thanks, Pricey. And I think he played rugby. Something in my mind tells me he's a Perth boy. He played rugby growing up, and he's built like a front rower. He's not built like an AFL player who can cover a lot of ground. And so you look at him, he steps into the team, covers a Dizzy Gardner. Ryan Lester's another one who, from a leadership point of view, not a key defender's body, but leadership element, they're missing Gardner and Lester in that back line. And you see those young guys continue to step up, Jack Payne as well. And it's just super impressive. And I think a testament to a 27, almost 28-year-old Marcus Adams, who's able to come into the team and fill that gap almost seamlessly through the middle portion of this season.
He almost looked like the recruit that had gone wrong halfway through last year when they needed something.
It's injury, really, isn't it? And I think...
But that's part of the gamble, isn't it? But this club's got an amazing record of recent
times.
Great
track record of
getting them up.
Players, yeah.
And Nakai Cockatoo's not too far away as well, I don't think.
Yep.
You'd hope so, yeah. Another lovely person within the footy club, but you just look at Jack Payne and Marcus Adams in particular. I come into the game tonight thinking, ball use, Birchall out. How are we going using the footy coming out of the back line? And I thought Adams and Payne made really good decisions by foot tonight and really composed with the ball.
Good on you, Jane. You know what I was talking about on the SMS. Yes, I'm not that confused. That in capital letters. Saw Rich play as a young fella in the waffle for Subi. Awesome. I think he's been overlooked. Yeah, what did he win 2 senior premierships at Subi as a teenager before he got drafted high and won the Rising Star. People forget that he's a Rising Star winner. Came here with the nickname of Bam Bam. Remember those days?
Tyrannosaurus Rex arms.
Mikey, nice to hear from you. Mikey from Bendigo, great long-time fan. Hi, Q and team. How good is the Lions 2017 draft haul looking? Rayner, Bailey, and the guy who no one had in their top 30 that the Lions ranked number 10, Starcevic. Mikey from Bendigo. Yeah, Brandon Starcevic is an interesting one. because the fact that they were a club looking for guys that wouldn't go home, the name and his uncle helped get him here, I think. Not as far as this is a guy we think can become a footballer and one that won't want to leave. Back in 26, they were looking at guys that didn't want to go home.
They were legitimate factors.
Oh, yeah, and the fact that Craig was here, and we know him very well, that helped as far as Brandon's destination. And, boy, he's become a player.
He's just become so dependable, hasn't he?
You're smiling, Lauren.
Oh, it's just awesome to see, and I couldn't speak highly enough of most of the guys in this team, and Stas is one. I think the first time I met him, I was doing pool recovery, and he'd just done a hammy. I think his first or second year at the footy club. He was out of the team. It would have only been, 3 years ago. And you look at that from there to now, he's rock solid in this back line, and lots of chat around all Australian. You just rarely see him get beaten. So composed with the ball. Just an honest defender who can also just really create offensively. And, it's awesome to see a young guy really solidify his place in the AFL.
He's a 21-year-old who's yet to reach 40 AFL games.
And taken some major scalps too, Q. Along the way, major scalps.
What makes him good, Brad?
Just his ability to stand up in those contests. In the one-on-one contests, you very rarely has he seen beaten. Decision-making with the ball, doesn't bite off more than he can chew, plays within his range and his scope. And I think as much as anything, as a defender, he's just become predictable and reliable, which is, you can't ask much more than that.
And his skills are good for a backman. We see him kick some long goals.
And hard-nosed too. Like, you never see him back out of a contest. If you need to build momentum to get to the next contest, he's doing it. It's he's fun to watch.
Yeah, it's interesting. And we saw a side of that tonight. We know that Geelong is a very mature of age and mature of body team. And, and they've developed a bit from Fagan's boys. I love using that line from Oliver. But I'm going to have to use it more often because they're not Fagan's boys anymore. They're not picking pockets. They're bashing teams up.
They're growing up.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're starting to bash.
They're maturing, they're hardening, and they're all doing it together, which is what I think is important.
It sort of happened a bit with you guys. I mean, you pinched a premiership with no disrespect in the eyes of many. That's just the way that you guys were able to sort of pinch one from Geelong in 2009, and then it's like, okay, we got a taste now, and you guys aren't getting past us unless you leave us in 4 pockets of the ground.
No.
Bloodied. But how does that happen?
Shared experiences. So the highs and lows after 2008, for example, were all shared with the same core group. So those learnings and those experiences that you go through together become really important, just by way of synergy out in the field. And again, that trust and dependency and that understanding that we're beginning to see now within the Brisbane ranks.
I'll go through the numbers. Hopefully we can get into the Geelong rooms. Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Brad Sewell and Lauren Arnell with you, wrapping up Brisbane's victory over the Cats by 44 points, 13-16, 94 to 7-8, 50. We'll also just touch again on the teams which were named tonight for this round, which has had its tweaks as well with the timing. So we'll just remind you of who's playing who, where and when. But individually tonight, Rich finished top of the pops for Brisbane with 25. Neil, shoulder injury and all, and that's a bit of a watch. We'll do a bit of digging to see if there's any more news on that.
Come on, Q. We've followed enough football to see when an injury actually affects a player. He looked so in pain as he was leaving the field, and it was chalk and cheese. He was off, obviously up the race, a little bit of magic sponge or whatever, then straight back onto the field. It was incredible.
Really?
The recovery.
And he had 24 possessions in the end. Yeah. Zorko 24, Lyons 24, McInerney 18, McCluggage 17, Dev Robertson 16. Cam Guthrie had 34 for Geelong, 11 contested. Parfitt 24, Dangerfield 23, but only 52% efficiency for Danger tonight.
Yeah.
Isaac Smith 21 at 76% efficiency. Tui 21 at 86%. Higgins 20. Stewart 17, Henderson 17. So overall, Geelong had it 52 more times. 347 disposals to 295. Contested-wise, plus 11 to the Cats.
What does it mean? Sorry, Q, just intercepting there. 52 more handballs. Okay.
Hold on.
Cut and move, Q. There's more important than this.
Exactly. We've got the danger at the top of the Cats race with Zane.
Yeah, we have got the danger here. Paddy, it's not often you guys come here and suffer a defeat like that. What was the feeling in the dressing room after?
Well, it wasn't great. It's look, they were on tonight, and if you're just a little bit off in this competition, you get found out pretty quickly. And we, it's interesting listening to those stats the boys were talking about upstairs, and I think the proof is in the quality of possession clearly, and the Brisbane's ability to create and generate those scoring opportunities off our turnovers, and where we turn the ball over in some pretty tough positions to defend it. So one of those nights, unfortunately.
Yeah, we'll go straight up to the panel. We've got Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Lauren Arnell, and also Brad Sewell.
Danger, Sully, mate. They got you defensively a bit through the between the arcs.
Yeah, they did. They and they used the ball really quite well, Sully. Once they got that sort of almost bridge kick off the line, they turned and went quite quickly, and they almost took that extra layered kick in between. It was sort of that 35 metre kick, and cut us up a bit. So it's one of those things that we'll review and move forward.
Did you learn anything tonight?
We always learn, whether you're losing or you're winning. Quite often you learn more from the games that you don't perform quite as well, and it's generally pretty clear. That being said, if you look at those statistics without viewing the end sort of scoring, it can be a bit misleading, and certainly was a bit tonight, but we've got plenty of learnings from it.
As you said, Pat, it's Lauren Arnell. Good to chat to you. The stats do tell a lie if you don't match up with the scoreboard tonight. How much do you think that hard-fought win against the Dogs, has that impacted the legs tonight in any way?
Oh, look, potentially. Look, it's been a big fortnight for us. We obviously had the trip over to South Australia the week before, and then a big game against the Dogs, and we prepared ourselves as best we could, and we were a bit off, and against a really good quality side on their home deck, they executed really well, and we'll look our wounds, but at the same time we're in a strong position, and we'll get better from it.
Pat, it's Quentin Hull here. I mean, you've been up for a long time, as you said, haven't lost since round 7. So what does the maturity in the club... I mean, Geelong's just made a habit of ensuring that this is only one bad week. What's the process to make sure that you bounce back?
Well, it's probably a few things. It's understanding that we were a bit off tonight, and Brisbane were really on, and taught us a lesson in that respect. So you take your learnings from it, but by no means do we think that this... whilst it's a hiccup, it's not going to define us for the season we've put together so far. So whilst disappointing, we're very pragmatic, and that's been one of the really strong parts of our club, that when we've won games and when we've lost them, the emotional way that we review them, it's really quite similar, and I think that's a key to successful sides. And
a quick one as you go. I mean, again, you're in the top 3 disposal winners tonight. When you see 52% disposal efficiency, how much credibility and otherwise do you look at that internally as the way you've used the ball?
Oh, it's probably once you sort of review the game, and then you look at options taken versus what the floor presents, and then try to get better from it. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So
you live by your own standards. I'm just sort of we know what a wonderful, driving, ambitious footballer you've been and continue to be, and I'm just intrigued by the above the shoulders of someone at your great standing in this point of your career when you have a night like that.
Oh, if you dwell on it too long, then you spend too much time thinking about the past, not the present, not what you can control, which is the future and how you prepare. And not a huge amount, to be totally honest with you. It's about, it's not going to be fixed just dwelling upon I should have done this or I should have done that. It's all right. It's back to training and back to putting yourself in those positions game day, and then executing better next time. I think that's what the best players in the competition do.
they make more mistakes than anyone because they continually put themselves in a position to challenge themselves.
Thanks for your insight, Patrick. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Patrick Dangerfield, a man who has set unbelievable standards. But, yep.
He certainly has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Just one of the greats.
Exactly, and that's... He took it with the grace it's intended. You know, the numbers are numbers. I love getting in the head of the champs, trying to work out what makes them tick. And that's what that question was about. Oh, you know, your team's been beaten up a bit tonight. Yeah, you probably haven't used it as well. So how do you get over that? Because that's the key. Everyone can have a good night, but how do you respond from a night where you might not have been as good? Love that side of the cycle. That's what makes the champions, isn't it, Lauren?
Yeah, I just like how balanced he is, and he used the words pragmatic. I really like that he's just acknowledging, yep, tonight we're off. Brisbane really good, but doesn't change the world, and I think Sully has alluded to that throughout the call as well. It doesn't define their season. I think, if anything, there's lots to learn from it, and I really like the way that he's spoken about the loss tonight, which is, you know, quite heavy, but also they understand that there's plenty more in the season to go and plenty to learn from their loss against the Lions.
And the game that we've seen and the two interviews, we'd set it up before the night. It was a night that perhaps Brisbane had more to gain than Geelong had more to lose, and I think that's what we've got at the end. Brisbane has taken a big step forward, and the Cats have taken a step back, but not as big a step back as has been Brisbane's advancement because of the scoreline and result.
No, I think if anything, it's done actually the Cats a favour to have seen them get picked apart in the way that they were. And as Dane just said, they've got a few things to learn from it, and they'll go through it and be better for it.
What in the hell happened to Lockie Neal's shoulder? Let's find out. He's speaking here to Channel 7 after the game.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I've actually had surgery on that shoulder before, the Latarjet procedure. So there's a bone block there. Otherwise, it probably would have come out. But it's a bit sore, but hopefully I'll be okay. We'll see how it pulls up over the next couple of days.
Yeah, Lockie, when you first went down, Jeremy Cameron fell awkwardly on you in the tackle. You went straight down into the docs rooms. We were all worried, but you got it moving pretty quickly. What happens when you go back down there with the doc?
Yeah, I think for me, I couldn't raise my arm at the time, so I thought I'd better get down and get it looked at as soon as possible. I actually thought I was in a bit more trouble, so I just went into the rooms. They did a bit of range of motion with it, got it moving a little bit and took some painkillers, and I was right to come back on.
Well, that explains why he was able to come back out. He was dealing with something that he knew and had it sorted out. We'll get your 3, 2 and 1 in a moment, Lauren and Brad, but while we're getting information from the Lions, let's get to Chris Fagan's press conference, man who celebrated his 60th birthday during the week, and a rare victory over Geelong tonight by the tune of 44 points.
Fags, was that a bit of a statement win against another top 4 side, and to do it pretty emphatically? Was that a bit of a statement tonight?
I think it was important for us to try and start to win against those other top 4 sides. I mean, we haven't been able to do that at all this season yet, so it's always better as you're going into the latter end of the year to record those sorts of victories if you can. So, yeah, pleasing from that regard.
The Lockie Neal shoulder, what's the latest on that?
Yeah, he was able to, I think he just got a bit of a jar really, and he was able to come back out without any strapping or anything like that, so probably be a bit sore tomorrow I imagine, but we've got a few days to get ready for Adelaide, so he should be fine as far as I know.
Did it pop out, folks?
No, it didn't.
It seemed like a really physical performance tonight. The last couple of games against the Cats, you've been bullied off the ball a bit. Yeah. What was the approach going in?
I thought the feature tonight was our tackling and our pressure. That's probably been where they've gotten us in the last, however many years it's been. Just been able to break our tackles and get through us. And I thought tonight we were very, very good in that area. I think we, 67 tackles, good effectiveness. We turned the ball over a few times from those tackles. The captain's Zorko set a brilliant example. I think he had 12 for the night, 12 effective tackles. So. That part of the game, I think, really helped set us up because we weren't winning contested ball, but we were getting enough pressure on those contested ball wins to get the ball back. So that was, if you get beaten at both, that's not too good. But we were able to, make up for our lack of winning contested ball by a tackle.
And was there an instruction from there to move the ball super quickly going the other way and low and flat, because that was taking it away from Tom Stewart?
Yeah, it wasn't so much low and flat. We're always keen to move the ball as quickly as we can. We've got a dangerous forward line. If they can get looks 1v1, then they are a chance to score. So that was a feature of our game, I agree. So I'll put the pressure with our ball movement as two of the good reasons why we played so well tonight.
Your back line was outstanding as well. Faves, Adams, Andrews, Starcevic, Richie off half back as well. To keep Hawkins, Rowan and Cameron just to one goal between the three of them, that was an outstanding effort, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a good pressure upfield too, so they weren't always getting lace-out delivery, but I thought our back line as a unit worked particularly well. And, you look at it and, Jack Payne and Jimmy Madden haven't played 15 games of AFL footy yet, so it was a relatively young group, but they teamed together well tonight and made it really difficult for the Geelong forwards.
So there are the thoughts of the Brisbane coach, Chris Fagan, after the Lions' 44-point victory. I reckon it's a tough job that you've got for the votes tonight, Brad and Lauren. Collaborative?
Always.
And who's presenting?
Loz is presenting.
It's very collaborative. Sully and I work well together.
You always do.
We start with one vote, don't we?
Yep.
Really loved Oscar McInerney's game. I think if there's a time you give Oscar a vote, it's tonight. 18 disposals, 6 marks, 35 hit-outs, which isn't everything, but certainly where he won the footy was important for the Lions. It was across the ground, particularly defensively. He did a really good job.
Another guy stepping up to the main job this year. You wonder whether or not he could do it in the big games, and he's given us an indication that he might be up for it.
Yep, very good. We went with Dan Rich, 2 votes. Obviously, the 25 disposals, took 7 marks as well. So worked hard offensively, did his job defensively, and really made an impact by foot in particular. And the 3 votes, controversial tonight, but we had to go with Joe Danaher, the 4 goals, and very heavy influence on the game when it was in the balance early. And absolute clear second ruck to McInerney as well. He doesn't just influence forward in this Lions team. He's important across the ground in that backup ruck role. So Danaher 3, Rich 2, McInerney 1.
Thank you. Just a reminder, Richmond and St Kilda tomorrow night in its regular and advertised position at the MCG. Rioli and Caddy both dropped for the Tigers. Prestia and Samson Ryan coming into the team for the Tigers. Marshall, Ross, Membry among those included. Loney, Caulfield among those dropped for the Saints. So you'll hear the Friday night team tomorrow, and then, of course, the tweaks. Collingwood Freo is now in the afternoon, not in the twilight. Port and Sydney is now in the twilight, not at night. And, of course, GWS and Hawthorn is at the MCG and not at the showground. So we'll be there across the weekend. Thank you, Lauren. Bad luck about the auction tonight.
Oh, we keep rolling.
Exactly. You've got to keep turning up, don't you? Good on you, Sully.
Thanks, Q.
Bit better than last Saturday afternoon at Kamara.
Much better. It was a treat.
Good on you, Pricey.
On you, Q.
Yeah. Thank you to Zane Bojack down on the boundary, to Aussie Bob on the faders, and Bridget Lacey back in the studio. And, of course, as ever, thank you for your company on this night at the football. It feels like it's not the second half of the season, but once we get through those buys, we know numerically it's not the second half. But, yep, we've hit the run to the line now. And in a game tonight between two teams in the top 4, it's just tantalised us more. One of the challengers, who we know is building, took a step forward tonight. One of the teams that's been there a lot of recent times took a bit of a hit, but we know that they've got the experience to come back. Doesn't it set things up for the rest of the year between these two teams? Lions too good tonight by 44. Hand pass to Bailey, backs himself, runs to 50, hands it to Neil. Here's the kick. Stewart brilliantly left his man in McCarthy to take the mark, and Lockneil is down grabbing his right shoulder. He is walking from the field in pain with that right AC joint / shoulder, in massive trouble.
Are my eyes playing tricks on me, or is Lockie Neal back out there, boys? Because I thought that shoulder was well and truly cooked, but he's standing there for centre bounce.
Zorko marks, turns immediately on his left foot. Beautiful kick to McCarthy, 70 from goal, runs to 50, gets on his right, goes deep. What a transition!
Rowan, handball back to Atkins, back into Zach Toohey, runs from 50, does Zach Toohey. Cats are on the board.
Lions chip to Coleman. Marks uncontested, 70 from goal, kicks it to Hipwood. He's got space to mark uncontested, 45 from goal. Left half forward flank, Hipwood from 50. Tough angle to the left. Hits it on his left, swinging left to right. Oh yes! And he turns to the fans and pumps his fist.
Bouncing ball, Stewart got rid of Cameron. Ball spilled out, umpire says hang on, there's a free kick here, it's going to go to Brisbane. Play went on, oh it's on out there, it's been simmering away and now it boils over.
Kicks it to Danaher in the pocket. The timepiece is about to hit half time and Joe Danaher. 10 in from the boundary in the left forward pocket. Oh, he split the middle! Rush kick to half forward, well battered on the half volley by McCarthy. Chips it high, sets a task of Lyons, but he marks. Plays on, shoots from 35 in the pocket. What a finish! Zorko hands to Robertson, kicks it to Danaher. Marks uncontested, 47 metres out. He's diamonds and dust at times, and he's 24th carat tonight. What a kick! Ball for Joe.
Charlie Cameron, oh that was a great pass, but what a mark. He has met that full-chested, at full speed and at full vertical leap. Thank you very much, Charlie Cameron. We'll have a shot 30 out directly in front. Charlie Cameron comes in, pops it through. He gets his third.
It's not quite Ash McGrath from 50. It's not quite Link McCarthy late in 2019. But Lions fans, this doesn't happen much. You've beaten the Cats at the Gabba. And with some style, to the tune of 44 points.
That I slashed and scraped my body, but I managed to negotiate them slowly and painfully. Then a big rock appeared before me, and that was it. The shore it was. The time, 4:35 a.m. GMT. I had broken the world record by 15 minutes. I thanked God for fulfilling my life's ambition. Then I remembered my parents. I had not failed my country.
Brojan Das had swum the channel in a record-breaking time of 10 hours and 35 minutes. And he also held the King of the Channel title for the highest number of successful swims. His achievements even attracted the attention of real royalty.
It was early morning. Mohsin gave him a cup of hot milk and